Okay, well, I'd like to welcome you to our July 14th Planning Commission meeting. And so maybe, not maybe, please join me in the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and we do the roll call next, please.
Commissioner Powers.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Woodward.
Here.
Commissioner DeMattei.
Here.
Commissioner Dahlgren.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, well, again, welcome everyone. Today's Planning Commission meeting is open to in-person attendance. It may also be observed online through the Placer County website. In an effort to encourage the public to engage in the process, our public comment for this meeting will be offered in person or through remote virtual process. Citizens who wish to comment virtually today should be prepared to comment via the Zoom platform. To join online, click the link on the Planning Commission homepage. Make sure your microphone is muted, and you may also call in using our toll-free numbers to hear the meeting at 888-788-0099 or 877-853-5247. Please enter the webinar ID 830-3041-3661. Please press 6 to mute yourself. If you would like to make public comment virtually, please raise your hand with the hand icon at the bottom of the page. If you are calling in, press *9 to raise your hand. Please be prepared to speak at the time I open the public comment for a specific item you would like to address, which may include public comment for matters not included on the agenda, consent item, or timed item. If attending in person today, we kindly request that once you have commented on your item, return to your seat or leave the hearing room from the exit-only door to accommodate more physical distancing and allow for others to provide in-person public comment. Each commenter is entitled to 3 minutes of comment time. Thank you for your patience as we work to preserve the safety and health of all our meeting participants and ensure that each citizen who wishes to comment has the opportunity to do so. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to ask the planning director, Mr. EJ, to make his comments.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the Commission. EJ Avaldi with the Planning Services Division. So we were at the Board of Supervisors this past Tuesday where the board took up 2 of the variance appeals that came through the Commission. The board sided with the Commission on one of your recommendations, the Sorensen variance appeal, which was the retaining wall and shop building up on Pineview Drive in the Colfax area. So the board took tentative action to approve the variance, and they continue that item to August 23rd, so staff can bring it back for findings for approval. That's not the one that they sided with the commission on. As you remember, the commission denied that item. The Giarita variance was the other appeal. That was one up on Dusty Road. And the board upheld the planning commission's decision to deny that variance, and that was for that pump house that was expanded without permits. So two different actions from the board on those items. We have another couple of appeals coming up to the board. August 9th, the Bayside Fields appeal is scheduled, and then August 23rd, the 3M Event Center. And then also on August 23rd, that continued Sorensen variance item. Any questions on the board actions? Okay. Planning Commission schedule. So our next meeting is July 28th. We have a variance appeal scheduled. We also have a conditional use permit. It's called the Headquarter House, a previous Dingus McGee's restaurant, which you're all probably familiar with. They're converting that to, or proposing to convert that to a residential use. So that requires a conditional use permit, and that will be at the next Planning Commission meeting. And then after that, August 11th, I don't know what is going to be on that agenda yet. We're still figuring that out, but we will definitely have that meeting on August 11th. And then I might have mentioned this sometime before. We are working on some amendments to the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. We're hoping to do a workshop sometime in September, so we would like to go up to Tahoe for that meeting. So just want to give you a heads up, right now. And that's all I have today.
Okay, well, thank you. Any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, I do have just two quick questions and then a statement, if you don't mind. The first is, EJ, before the last chief executive officer left, you, me, county council, the CEO, and my supervisor were going to be scheduled for an appointment with him to discuss issues associated with streamlining. That appears to have kind of fallen off the agenda with this current CEO. So it was scheduled by, I think, county council, but perhaps by you guys. I didn't schedule it. Can you look into that and perhaps get us back on the agenda? That's a meeting that does need to take place.
Okay, certainly.
Second issue is, I'm curious about this. This is a kind of a procedural issue that I should know, but I don't. If we change a recommendation from staff today, what is presented to the Board of Supervisors? Is it both the staff's position as originally written and our change, or is it just our change that goes to the Board of Supervisors?
So our protocol is to forward the Planning Commission's recommendation to the board. We include the staff report, the Planning Commission staff report that you receive as part of that packet. So the board will have the previous staff report. They'll have a new staff report to the board discussing, what occurred at the Planning Commission meeting and the recommendation that your commission brings forward.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
And if they're the same, they're same. If they're different, it's the commission's recommendation.
Okay, great. Now just a quick statement. I think this is actually a fairly consequential day, to be honest with you. This is essentially implementation. We have today on the agenda the implementation of, the implementation of housing element to some degree, and some other aspects, of course, as well, and some important issues, and some of the folks that are out here are probably going to address those. But I have a little over 19 months of experience now, and I certainly appreciate the work of my colleagues. I think you guys are fantastic. I think you show up prepared, and it's really a privilege for me, frankly, to be part of this organization. I doubt any of us have ever been paid less per hour in our lives, but so be it. The work that we do is important, and I think you all show up ready, and again, I'm grateful for it. By and large, I also commend staff, which is responsible for building significant packages that come forward and a host of other things that I am not aware of, and that goes on all the time. And I am grateful by and large with staff. You are professionals, and I do appreciate it. I've always tried to treat the staff with decency and respect, and work with staff on issues ahead of time if it's possible, for sure. But I have concluded that when circumstances appear to change, which I think they have, it is over my lifetime, I have also concluded that I also have to change my behavior from time to time as well. And I've concluded that there is a faction in senior staff in this county that potentially is led by one individual who I suspect will soon be promoted to an executive level position that works tirelessly to promote land use policies with the following attributes. First, limit public involvement. Second, stifle public voices. Third, support developers over citizens. Fourth, I think there is some degree of contempt for public criticism. Fifth, I believe they attempt to mask contentious issues in overly complex proposals using hyperbole like housing crisis and grant deadlines and other things to force decision makers to make decisions without sufficient scrutiny. And finally, I think there is a concerted effort to pull power away from elected and appointed officials and place it inside of staff so that they can be controlled, so that these decisions can be controlled by senior staff. This group, in my opinion, has no regard for ethical principles and is willing to push the boundaries of law to establish policies consistent with the previously mentioned attributes. Also in staff, there is a rather large group of individuals, I believe, who are enablers who have invested their lives in serving county government. They are not willing to face this group down, for they fear retribution, and I do understand that. Our supervisors could take this group on, but they are too busy to focus here on this particular issue for more than a few moments, and this faction.
Yeah, can I ask
and
you a
staff-
question here?
No, you cannot.
Huh? Well, please,
this
I'm the
faction-
chairman, and so I need to ask you if this is related to one of the items on our agenda.
It is.
Okay, well, let's hold off and deal with it when we're dealing with the agenda.
May I continue according to county council?
So, Commissioner Woodward, if this is an item that's on the agenda, the appropriate place would be to discuss that with that item when it comes up. If this is general commentary, then it's up to the chair and the commission whether or not to hear that general commentary now.
All right. Well, we've got some problems in this county, and I hope we are willing to take it on. Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, I guess, we're continuing the public comment, and we'll ask the public if they would like to make a comment on something that's not on the agenda.
I'll
Yeah,
bring him on.
have somebody?
Seth, you can go ahead and begin your comments. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Seth Howard. I'm a field representative for Northern California Carpenters Union. And I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I do want to briefly tell you about some of our core values. We represent approximately 37,000 carpenters in Northern California, over 1,200 contractors. And some of our core values, we're all about apprenticeship. We have a state certified apprenticeship program with a state-of-the-art facility in Fairfield where our apprentices all go for 1 week of training. I believe it's every 5 weeks or so. In my opinion, it's the best carpentry apprenticeship training in the country with a state-of-the-art facility in Fairfield. Insurance. All of our working members receive a Cadillac-style insurance plan with dental and vision. And let's be honest, when people don't have insurance, it's just everyone else paying for that person when they have to go to the hospital and stuff like that. And we're also all about local hire. With gas prices being what they are, it really doesn't make sense when people have to drive from, Butte County all the way into Placer County to work, and from the Bay Area to work. We're all about trying to hire locally. And that's all. I just want to briefly introduce myself and tell you about some of our core values. We're trying to get the word out about the Northern California Carpenters Union. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else or anybody in the audience that has something that's not on the agenda? Okay. Okay, this time we'll go ahead with the consent agenda. And I guess, are there any items that the commissioners would like to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none. Any from the public? Okay, well then, I'll take a motion from somebody.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
I have a first from Commissioner DiMattei and a second from Commissioner Powers. Commissioner Powers,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes,
Commissioner Woodward,
I recuse, I wasn't present.
Commissioner DiMattei,
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren.
Yes.
Thank you.
okay, so with that, we'll be moving on to our first timed item, which is dealing with a property up in Tahoe. And so we have, who's here to talk about it today? Janie? Okay.
Morning.
Okay, you'll get your mic on. Speak into it.
You just turned it off.
How's that?
Yeah.
You
If
can
you
hear
got
me?
the green light, you go.
Okay. I'm here to present the Ruby subdivision modification. The project is located at 5670 Sahara Drive in the Agate Bay neighborhood of North Lake Tahoe. It is zoned residential. It's lot 69 of the Agate Bay number 3 subdivision. As you can see, there's a 20-foot mapped setback line here on the subdivision map. The two lots north of lot 69 are both California Tahoe Conservancy lots, so they are undeveloped and likely to remain so. The property is currently developed with a 3-bedroom, 1,800 square foot, single-family residence built in around 1973. There's a 1-car garage here and a 2nd-story front deck. The 2nd-story front deck that exists today encroaches about 6 feet into that 20-foot mapped setback. The request before you today is a subdivision modification for a garage with roof deck addition to the single-family dwelling. And as you can see here, the owner would like to construct a 2-car garage and convert the existing single-family garage into living space. The new garage would include a roof deck above and be sited in approximately the same location as the existing front deck to minimize additional site disturbance, to keep it compatible with the existing architecture and layout of the house. After reviewing their request, staff finds it to be in keeping with the intent of the original subdivision, and it's compatible with the neighborhood. It's worth noting that there have been several subdivision modifications for additions like this in this neighborhood. Therefore, staff recommends that the Planning Commission take the following actions. Find that the project is categorically exempt from review under CEQA per sections 15303 and 15305 of the CEQA guidelines and sections 18.36.050 and 18.36.070 of the Placer County Environmental Review Ordinance, which are Class 3, new construction or conversion of small structures, and Class 5, minor alterations and land use limitations. And approve the subdivision map modification in the Agate Bay number 3 subdivision, lot 69, to allow for a 10-foot to property line front setback where there is a required 20-foot map setback in order to construct a garage with roof deck, supported by the findings and subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report. And I can answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Well, I have maybe just a couple. Let me see, I guess there's 2 issues that always come up in these, and one is the driveway and, keeping it off the street and out of the plow's way. And I guess this has been established that the driveway is plenty good right now to allow for the snow plows without any intrusion of the cars out in the driveway? Street?
Correct. Yes. Actually, the Department of Public Works actually would prefer the proposed project because currently there's 2 encroachments into the right-of-way, and the proposed project will remove one of those additional encroachments. Further, the garage face is at an angle to the front property line, so there is actually additional room for cars to exit the right-of-way for emergency vehicles. And because the deck, the 2nd-story deck that exists, has never been a problem for snow removal, and the proposed structure is in the same location, there's historically been no problems to speak of with snow removal.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe the other question is always, the 20-foot setback is there to allow for snow to be accumulated. And so by reducing the setback, has that been established that there's plenty of room for Public Works to put extra snow?
There weren't any comments from Public Works regarding snow removal, so that leads me to believe that they don't see a problem with it. And then the two vacant lots to the north also provide additional area for snow to accumulate or snow storage, if you will.
Okay, and I guess those lots are permanently, they're owned by the trust up there?
Yes, the California Tile Conservancy, the land bank.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, that does it for me.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, if there's no more questions, is the applicant here? Or
They
on?
should be online.
Huh?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, unmuting that took not quick enough.
I'm also here as well.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Did you have any additional questions for us about the application?
Okay. No questions? Okay. Hey, thank you. Let me see, any public comment? Either online or in the room? Nothing? Okay, with that, then I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the subdivision map modification in the Agate Bay number 3 subdivision lot 69 to allow for a 10-foot to property line front setback where there is a required 20-foot map setback in order to construct a garage with roof deck supported by the findings and subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report.
Okay,
Second.
roll call?
Yes.
Yes.
I have a first from Commissioner Powers and a second from Commissioner Woodward. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we'll need to go back to number 1. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll also make a motion to find that the project is categorically exempt from review under CEQA pursuant to provisions of sections 15303 and 15305 of the California Environmental Quality Act, guidelines in sections 18.36.050 and 18.36.070 of the Placer County Environmental Review Ordinance. Class 3, new construction or conversion of small structures. Class 5, minor alterations in land use limitations.
Second.
Okay, roll call?
I have a first from Commissioner Powers and a second from Commissioner Woodward. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. You see, now it's time to move on to our second item, which is dealing with the Auburn Equipment Company and a change in the zoning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Callie Kettinger-Cecil, Senior Planner with the Planning Services Division. The item before you this morning is a request from the property owner, Auburn Equipment Company, LLC, for a general plan amendment and rezone. The project site is located in North Auburn, east of Highway 49, east of Highway 49, west of the airport, and north of the city limits of Auburn. The 1.9 acre project site is currently undeveloped and is zoned office professional, combining design corridor, combining flood hazard, and combining aircraft overflight. The land use designation of the site is professional office, and the site is bound to the east by Cayowa Way and to the west by an unnamed tributary to Rock Creek. The parcels to the north are zoned industrial park, combining design corridor, combining aircraft overflight, and is developed with the Auburn Gold Country RV Park. The adjacent parcels to the east and south are undeveloped or developed with a veterinary clinic and multifamily residential uses, as well as a church. And then the adjacent parcels to the west are zoned commercial plan development, combining design corridor, combining aircraft overflight. The parcel exhibits a mild slope from KOA Way downhill to the west towards the tributary and is moderately vegetated with pine, oak, chaparral, and grassland. The project site is located near the Auburn Airport, but Red Star actually is not in the correct location. It should be right here. And this project, as well as any future site development, is required to comply with the airport land use compatibility plan and is subject to their review. The project is seeking a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from professional office and riparian drainage to general commercial and riparian drainage. The project is also seeking a rezone for the base zoning from office professional to commercial plan development and would maintain the combining zone districts of design corridor, flood hazard, and aircraft overflight. No physical site development is proposed at this time, and any future site development is required to comply with the county zoning ordinance, obtain discretionary approval, as well as comply with the California Environmental Quality Act. For a little bit of history on the site and the zoning, the Office Professional Zone District was established in this location in 1994 with adoption of the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan. The intent of that zone district was to incentivize office uses because there was a concern that commercial zone districts were becoming overutilized with retail uses, which tend to have a lower wage point than office uses. However, the intent of this zone district has not been realized because since that zoning designation was established, there are a number of large-scale retail developments that have either been developed or approved in North Auburn, including the Plaza Shopping Center, the Willow Creek Shopping Center, Target, and the approved Auburn Creekside Shopping Center. The Office Professional Zone District is limited in the potential allowable uses because it was really trying to drive office uses, and the intent of this zoning change is to enable a broader range of potential development activities that can occur there. And it's also notable that the site has not developed since the office professional zoning was established in this area. So what this slide is showing is a comparison of the allowable uses in the commercial plan development zone district, which is here on the left, and the office professional zone district, which is here on the right. The commercial plan development zoning district allows over 25 uses that are not allowed in the office professional zone district. And the key consideration here is that it does require more uses, but as you can see, most of the uses require additional discretionary approval with either a minor use permit or a conditional use permit. In addition, all uses would have to undergo a site design review agreement, and as I said earlier, would also be required to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act. So I mentioned that this project is seeking a change in the land use designation from professional office to commercial. The existing commercial is shown in pink. There's some industrial to the north in purple, and the blue is the professional office. This lot is developed within office. This one is undeveloped. This is the church, this is the vet clinic, and this is the home. The only offices that have really developed in this zone district are in this area and are primarily medical offices or other offices to support the government uses that are nearby, as well as the hospital. This location is near these uses, however, it is separated from them by Highway 49 and is not adjacent to any other large institutional buildings that would attract an office use. This slide shows the existing zoning of the site with industrial in purple and the commercial zone districts in red. The other key consideration to take away here is that this project is requesting to rezone to commercial plan development, which is existing adjacent to the west of the project site. So it would not result in spot rezoning and is requesting to go from one commercial zone district to another commercial zone district. This project was reviewed for consistency with the California Environmental Quality Act, and a negative declaration was prepared and circulated for a 30-day public review period, which closed on May 10th. No comments were received during the public review period, and as no physical development is proposed, no mitigation measures were identified for that. The majority of uses in the commercial plan development zone district require a discretionary use permit, which would also trigger a review under the California Environmental Quality Act. In addition to CEQA review, future projects would have to be consistent with the airport land use compatibility plan, the Placer County landscape design guidelines, the design guidelines for North Auburn, the zoning ordinance, and the Placer County Conservation Program. An erratum was prepared for the project to address a mitigation measure that was inadvertently left in the document. Future projects would have to comply with that measure. And the erratum also clarifies that the environmental document is a negative declaration and not a mitigated negative declaration. This project was presented to the North Auburn Municipal Advisory Council on 2 occasions, including as an information item on March 8th. And prior to that hearing, staff received 1 letter in opposition to the proposed project from the adjacent property owner to the north. That letter is included in your packet as attachment H, sorry. And the main concerns that were raised in that letter was that that property owner has concerns with potential impacts from development of the site to the surrounding adjacent uses as well as to the roadway. This project was presented to the North Auburn MAC again on June 14th as an action item, and at that meeting, the MAC recommended 4-0 that your commission provide a recommendation of approval to the Board of Supervisors. There was 1 member who had to recuse themselves, but it was a unanimous decision to recommend approval. So with that, I'm requesting that your commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors the following actions based on the findings contained in the staff report and supported by the analysis in the negative declaration. The first is to adopt a negative declaration, State Clearinghouse number 2022-040232, prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. The second is to adopt a resolution to amend the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan land use designation of the site from professional office and riparian drainage to general commercial and riparian drainage, and to adopt an ordinance to rezone the site from office professional, combining design corridor, combining flood hazard, combining aircraft overflight, to commercial plan development and maintaining the same combining zone districts. With that, I conclude my presentation. The applicant's representative is here for questions as well, and I'm also available should you have questions. Thank you.
On KOA Road, is that a private road? Because one guy indicates that he has repaved it, and will the access to this piece of property be on KOA Road?
It would be on KOA Road, and KOA Road is a private road.
So is there an easement for him to get on to use KOA Road?
There is an easement. It's a road and a public utility easement. So the utilities are public, but the roadway is private.
Okay, and then I have a question for the applicant, so
Okay.
thanks.
I do. Can you go back a couple pages where you showed current uses versus new allowable
Absolutely.
uses? So on the left, those are the current uses, and then on the right are the new uses, or
It's the other way around.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. All right.
There's many more potential uses in the commercial plan development zone district.
Because it shows on here, schools, schools are allowed, fitness centers, and as, well, you'll get to know the airport is the city of Auburn's, gem, and we have overflight and uses that are not allowable within the overflight. Is there any conversations or communication somehow that any applicant has where they actually go to the city as well as the Airport Land Use Commission to make sure that they're not going to put something in that location that is not allowable?
So the airport is governed by the Placer County Transportation Authority and the Airport Land Use Commission. They establish regulations to ensure that there are not incompatible land uses. And because of this project's location within the compatibility zone C1, all projects would be required to go through a review through their commission. Having said that, there's not a direct connection to the city of Auburn. However, if a project were to come forward, it may be worth considering reaching out to the city of Auburn in addition to the Airport Land Use Commission.
I know several years ago I worked with Supervisor Montgomery because a project came through which was a Alzheimer's senior daycare that was not at all within what it should be within the airport land use allowable for each of the sections. And the applicant got so far along that they paid over $50,000 in improvements, and it was determined that it wasn't really an allowable use, and it had to go through a lot of complications in order to finally, against the Airport Land Use Commission's approval, it was approved. And so I just want to make sure that whatever we do for projects that are within the airport land use plan, that somehow there's a communication with the city of some kind. That was supposed to be put somewhere through the planning process of also send a letter to the city with what your intentions were. And if it's allowable, I'd like to see that continue so that issue that happened years ago doesn't happen for this new rezoned project. Because a school would not be a good idea.
Well, there's two important things to consider, and the first is that the relatively small size of the parcel at 1.9 acres is limited in the kinds of uses it could support. The other thing that is notable is that everything would require discretionary review, so it would have to, if it's a conditional use permit, it comes before your body. If it's a minor use permit, it goes to the zoning administrator. And any use that is proposed to go there would also have to be reviewed by the Airport Land Use Commission.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to know that.
Okay, well, thank you, unless there's no more questions. And so,
I have a question for the applicant.
well, we'll let the applicant get
Oh,
up first.
sorry.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Larry Farina. I'm representing the Auburn Equipment Company, LLC, on this little rezone project. I'm hoping that this will be one of the simpler projects you have to look at today. I know you've got a big agenda. I do want to thank Callie for all her diligent work to bring this to the commission. She's done a great job of pulling all the details together. And, like I said, it's simple in this sense. A little history. Back in 1994, the Auburn-Bowman General Plan was adopted. And the people spent several years working on that plan, and their thought was that this would be a great place for office professional. They looked into their proverbial crystal ball like all planners do. Unfortunately, the ball was a little cloudy. I think maybe they were caught up in the popular movie of the day, Field of Dreams, and zone it and they will come. Now, the simple fact is, when we look at this piece of property, and this map doesn't really show it very well, but right in here in the CPD zoning is an apartment complex. These are all duplexes. Those residences and those apartments were all constructed before the general plan was instituted. So the OP zoning actually covered a residential area. I don't know why, but that's what they did. Since 1994, when this plan is adopted, there has not been one new building or new development built in the entire OP zoning area, which is a good indicator as to why we're asking for it to change. It doesn't work. Nobody's interested in putting offices out there because, as Callie mentioned, there's really nothing to build an office around. It is rather isolated. Concerning the road, yes, it is accessed by KOA Way. KOA Way is accessed by Rock Creek Road. Both of those are private roads, and yes, all the property owners have easements and access to those. How they are maintained, that's a whole other issue that we won't get into. I don't know what the agreements may or may not be. I know that the neighbor that owns the KOA Park is the one who wrote the letter. Yes, he's repaved it. It was to his advantage because he is at the end of KOA Way and all the RVs go down that road. Beyond that, I don't know what's ever transpired between him and the other property owners. I want to address that letter for just a second. I think he had a misunderstanding just in looking at the owner's name, Auburn Equipment Company, LLC, and he mentioned that he was opposed to heavy industrial use. The zoning we're requesting doesn't even allow heavy industrial use, and Auburn Equipment Company, LLC, does not own any equipment, is not a contractor. The gentleman is retired. This is an LLC that he formed many years ago, and he has held many properties actually in North Auburn under this name, but it has nothing to do with any particular business. It's just an LLC that's been formed that he uses. So to finish up, I'll answer any questions, but we are asking that you make a recommendation to the board to allow this rezone, to allow the general plan amendment so that the owner can eventually determine what he will do with this property. At this point, until this is gone, he has no plan. He just wanted to get this step done first. So, questions?
You answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, thank you. We'll
You bet.
let the public speak, and then we'll give you another opportunity later. Okay, with that, is there anybody in the audience out there that would like to make a comment? Quiet. Okay, well, is there anybody on the internet that would like to make a comment?
Hello? Mr. Mora, you can begin making your comments. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Well, the gentleman that spoke on behalf of Auburn Equipment Company kind of answered one of my questions. But I own a property on the, Coaway duplex. This is a mixed area neighborhood. We got a church on the corner, number of residential units, some occupied by owners, most are rentals. I know that Auburn, the equipment company, owns a big chunk of land. I also know that, I believe they also own, or one of their partners owns some rental property on that street also. My concern, and it was based basically on the, name of the company, Auburn Equipment Company, because one of the proposed uses, if this property does get rezoned, is vehicle storage. So I am still concerned that if the zoning changes, that this will end up being some sort of corporation yard where equipment is stored. Trucks, heavy equipment, trucks, tractors, diesel, whatever. And I don't really think this is an appropriate use for that area. If that's their intentions or not, we don't know that because there's no further development proposal going on. However, that doesn't mean there's not something in their minds. They're just waiting for the next step. So it's a small road, it's privately owned, everybody's supposed to be responsible for their own sections. I believe the RV park owner has been taking care of most of the rezoning. One of the concerns I have, so I got two concerns. One is, I don't think this is an appropriate use. If the current owner hasn't decided what he wants to do with the property, well, when he decides, he can build offices, since that's what it's already approved for, because apparently he doesn't have any other future plans at this point. So I don't really see the need to rezone if there's no end result in mind at this time. It's also, I'm worried about property values. We start having a lot of equipment go up and down that road. If that's the end result, that's going to affect the value of my duplex, the value of any future rents. And in all honesty, I plan on moving up there when I retire. So I certainly don't want that to happen. So that's my concern. My other concern is, and it's not the fault of the planning department, but I reached out to the homeowners in the area. I reached out to the church. The pastor at the church, they never got notification of any of this going on, and that's because your letters are probably going to their general conference and never went to the people that actually are being affected. Same with the residences. I called a number of residences. They never got any kind of notification. That's not the fault of the planning department. People move and they don't change their address, so you just got the last address involved. So I don't think in my personal opinion, I don't think the outreach was adequate for everybody that's going to be involved. There says right here, there is no physical development proposed with this project. I'm assuming the project mentioned is just the rezoning. So my concern is that after it gets rezoned, then we're going to have to fight an equipment storage situation. So there's.
Mr. Moore, could you button it up, please?
Okay, yes, I'm sorry, I get long-winded. So, the fact that there is no planned use for this property, that's not true. We all know that the guy knows what he wants to do. He's just following the steps as well as he should, and I don't fault him for that. At this point, I don't agree with the proposed zone changes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. Is there anybody else, either on the phone or on the internet, that would like to comment? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the room here. And staff, do you have any comments?
Chair, if I could just make a couple brief comments.
What's that?
If I could just make a couple brief comments.
Oh, yeah.
First off, I wanted to address Commissioner Powers' comment about notification and the city's interest in being aware of things. The proposal that's going forward right now is a resolution to amend the land use diagram and a rezone. There's not really an easy mechanism to include in some kind of noticing provision, but if there is a project that comes forward that needs a use permit, you could certainly then tie it to a condition of approval that would include noticing. So that might be an easier, better mechanism to include that noticing if there was an interest in it. But right now we don't have any conditions of approval because we don't have a project coming forward, so it's hard to tie specific provisions to this action. And then to Mr. Mora's comments about notice, if there are people that he feels should have been noticed that weren't noticed, if he could just provide the names and maybe contact information of those people to the Planning Commission clerk, we're happy to notice them for future actions if this goes to the board.
Okay,
Commissioner Johnson, I had one clarification. Mr. Mora mentioned vehicle storage, and I just wanted to note that if a project came forward for vehicle storage, that would require a conditional use permit and would require discretionary review from staff as well as compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. There is no physical development proposed at this time, but I just want to make it clear that if and when something is proposed, that is the time when consistency review would really occur.
okay, thank you. Okay, applicant, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, a couple of comments. First off, about the no planned use. Realistically, there is no planned use. We started this process because the owner had considered a mini storage / RV storage yard there. Wasn't allowed in the OP district. He owns several over Northern California. He owns a lot of rental properties over Northern California. Another thing that would be allowed in this zoning would be the multifamily, which is not allowed at all in the OP zoning. And that's another thing that we have discussed, is there may be a potential to develop with multifamily. This gentleman is older than I am, and I'm not young. He's been around a while, and the reason there is no planned use is because until this process is done, then he's gonna take the temperature of the economy and figure out where is he gonna get the biggest bang for his buck. That's what he's in the business for. Vehicle storage yards are not gonna be that, and I can guarantee you that he wouldn't consider that. Even if he did, keeping in mind that this is a design review project, no matter what comes up, what we would have to completely buffer, landscape, whatever. This place isn't going to be just let's put up a chain link fence and dump some cars in it, even if that was to happen, which it won't. That's not the way this man operates. Concerning the road, we already know that any plan that came forward with a development would require road improvements. We are going to have to widen that road. We're going to have to put curbs and gutters, sidewalks along that road. So we will be doing improvements to that road. It won't be what it is today. That will be part of any project that comes forward. I think that's really all I have to address.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. And any discussion you may have, or if it's appropriate to make a motion now, let's go ahead.
I just have, I guess, one kind of comment, I suppose. When we did baseline, as I recall, we had a fairly extensive discussion about that baseline rezoning. It was a rezoning, basically. And then we brought some commercial entities in there. When we approved baseline and the rezoning there, we didn't really ask for proof that there was a specific individual interested in putting a particular company or whatever into some of their office storage areas and things of that nature that were part of that proposal. In other words, for example, they said they were going to do a fast food restaurant, but in fact, we didn't really have any specifics on that. They didn't actually give us any. Then when we discussed recently, this proposal was withdrawn by County Council, in fact, during discussions. But when we looked at the Granite Bay Medical Complex, which was a rezoning as well, we specifically asked those applicants whether or not they had people lined up to go ahead and take possession of the office complex that they were going to put in there. So we had a divergence of thought between the baseline approach on rezoning and the Granite Bay Medical Facility rezoning. And now here we have a rezoning where we literally have no proposal whatsoever, as Mr. Moore points out. So I guess all I'm saying is that we are kind of all over the map when it comes to rezoning. And there probably should be some level of continuity here in terms of fairness as we approach these things going forward. It's just food for thought. I'm probably willing to go along with the group here, but we really do need to have some consistency as we approach these things, recognizing admittedly that each one of these is independent and different, and has its unique characteristics.
Comment on Commissioner Woodward's comment. I recall the Granite Bay Medical Complex issue, not the baseline one, I wasn't here then, that even though the question was asked about what the market would bear in terms of tenants for the office space, that wasn't a condition of approval, that was really just a question, because we're not here to forecast the market. That's not our role. I mean, an owner can do within the zoning rights of the property that makes them the most money. It's really not for the commission to say if it's within the zoning regulations. And we didn't put that stipulation on the Granite Bay. We had the discussion, but I don't believe it was a part of the decision making. That's all.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Sure. I'll make, one at a time.
Yes, one at a time, and
Okay.
these are all going to be recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, so we just
I'll
suggest
make a
that as motion.
recommendation to adopt a negative declaration prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Second.
Okay, roll call?
I have a first from Commissioner Powers
Aye.
and a,
Oh.
and a second from Commissioner DiMattei. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll make a recommendation to adopt a resolution to amend the Auburn Bowman Community Plan land use designation of the site from professional office riparian drainage to general commercial riparian drainage.
Second.
Okay,
I have a first from Commissioner Powers and a second from Commissioner DiMattei. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think on all these, we need to mention that we're making a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
I'll make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to adopt an ordinance to rezone the site from OPDC FHAO, combining design, office professional, combining design corridor, combining flood hazard, combining aircraft overflight, to CPD DC FHAO, commercial plan development, combining design corridor, combining flood hazard, and combining aircraft overflight.
Second.
I have a first from Commissioner Powers and a second from Commissioner DiMattei. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, this is going to the Board of Supervisors as our recommendation. Let me see, at this time, we'll address the beekeeping. And the person that's gonna do that is, Josh. Oh, Josh is gonna participate.
He'll be doing a portion of the presentation. I'm just going to start us off and do the end. So, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Adam Anderson, representing the Planning Services Division. And I need to find the clicker. One moment. So I am here today representing the Planning Division, and Josh will be representing the Agricultural Department, specifically about, we would like you to consider a request to recommend to the Board of Supervisors a zoning text amendment for the beekeeping zoning amendment that we are proposing today. I will be finishing out the presentation as we describe the planning process. But I'm going to allow Josh to give you a brief presentation on the background of this zoning text amendment, since he's a little bit more familiar with bees than I am. So, thank you.
Good morning, Planning Commission. My name is Josh Hunsinger. I'm the Placer County Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. And it's a pleasure to be with you here today. It's been a long time working on this, and so I'm really pleased to be here. Just to start out with a little bit of background on how we got to the proposal that's before you today. And just to start off with, first of all, clarify that this ordinance is related to honeybees and honeybees only, Apis mellifera, not wasps, not bumblebees, nothing else, just honeybees. And we recognize that honeybees are a critical link in our food systems. They produce a lot of beneficial products for human benefit, as well as pollinating a bunch of different crops that produce our food supply. So with that being said, really the intent of what you'll see before you today is intended to be very pro-beekeeping, pro-honeybee. It's in no way intended to reduce or tamp down on honeybees, but rather provide for a more orderly situation in Placer County regarding how and where they're kept, but very much also pro-honeybee within that context. So the current ordinance and that we're living with today is very, very simple. It just says requirements and standards for bee raising activities shall be as required by the agricultural commissioner. So there's no details. It puts me in a very arbitrary position where on the one hand, anything I say goes in theory, but on the other hand, there's no standard to point to say, you know, if someone puts too many bees close to someone's house, for instance, there's no standard that I can point to and say that's too many bees, other than, you know, I do have my professional experience that I can point to, but other than that, no real specifics. So that's what we're trying to accomplish, is to put some specifics in to help our beekeeping industry understand where those boundaries lie and what's reasonable and what's not. So a couple specific things that we're trying to address within this ordinance. One is too many beehives put in one place. So we're seeing an increasing number of instances where people are putting 300 or 400 hives in one location. Often that location is near residences, near school bus stops, near businesses, other things, and in some cases very close to other beekeepers. Which is a real issue with too many beekeepers in close proximity. Believe it or not, there's a finite amount of nectar available out in the environment, and so if, you know, beekeeper A has a really good bee location that they've had maybe for many years, and they have a reasonable number of bees there, and then beekeeper letter B comes in and puts another bee yard, maybe a larger bee yard in close proximity to beekeeper A, all of a sudden they're in direct competition with each other. None of the bees have enough nectar sources to sustain them. And then kind of a secondary effect in many cases is that now the neighborhood in general has too many bees, where before it was fine. And now the neighbors start complaining because we went from, say, 50 hives that the first beekeeper had in one spot to now all of a sudden there's 150, 200 hives between the two beekeepers in close proximity. So that would be a very, very common scenario. And what happens in a lot of these instances is the first beekeeper is almost forced out, you know, by somebody bigger coming in and parking on top of them. And that's been a common refrain from our responsible, kind of well-established beekeepers, is that it's kind of almost a predatory practice within the industry to come in and put a really big bee yard on top of somebody else and then force them to abandon it so that you have kind of the exclusive use of that area, if you will. And then the last purpose, and this is something we heard from the hobby beekeeping community, is that Placer County just does not have any provision for beekeeping in residential single-family zoning. So there, as you may be aware, especially with COVID, there's been a real interest in backyard gardening. Many years ago, I know Commissioner Johnson, you may have been there when we did our backyard hen ordinance a number of years ago. So along those lines, there's an interest in allowing a small number of beehives with some limitations, with some requirements to hopefully keep them from becoming problematic, but also allow a limited number of beehives within residential single-family zoning. So one of the things we're attempting to stay clear of in this ordinance is to duplicate state law. There's a robust body of state law already in existence, and we don't want to duplicate or be contrary to that. So there's a number of details you won't see in the ordinance because they're already covered in the California Food and Ag Code. Those requirements require all beekeepers, regardless of size, to register with my office on an annual basis and tell me where they're keeping bees within the county. It requires hives to be marked with ownership information, which is a really big deal because a lot of times when we receive a complaint, it's like there's a bunch of white beehives out in a field, and whose are they? It's really hard to tell. And so that's a big part of the complaint resolution process, is understanding first and foremost who do the bees belong to. Requires the hives to be maintained free of disease. As you may be aware, it's becoming more and more challenging to keep honeybees alive, and so if one beekeeper is having a lot of disease in their hives, that can spread to other nearby beekeepers as well. And then requires bee equipment to be stored in a secure fashion as well, so that it doesn't become a public nuisance or a source of disease spread to other beehives. So some of the things the ordinance proposes to accomplish is to define a commercial bee yard as a location with 10 or more hives. And that's really fundamental to some of the other details of this ordinance. That is consistent with state law, which allows 9 or fewer hives. It kind of sets that threshold in state law relative to exemption from registration fees. So we thought that was a good place to stay there. It regulates commercial beehives so that they must be located at least 1 mile apart from each other. And so that's a significant new requirement. And basically the way that's intended to be accomplished is would not apply to existing established registered bee yards, but any new bee yard that was proposed, we'd have to check, and we have a nice GIS-based mapping system that would say, hey, this new location you're proposing, it's only half a mile from an existing bee yard. You can't put more hives there because there's already a bee yard there. And so that kind of protects people from that predatory practice of somebody coming in and putting hives next to somebody else. We propose to limit the size of commercial bee yards at a ratio of 5 hives per acre where allowed by the zoning. And so that's a significant new requirement that would help us, when we do get those nuisance complaints, to judge whether, instead of me arbitrarily saying, oh, that's too many hives, we now have a standard to point to in our statute. We account for pollinator apiaries. Some of you who were on our recent agricultural tour saw the just huge growth in the number of almond orchards planted in the county. And those almond orchards are typically pollinated just as an example of a pollination situation, where they're pollinated by bees at a ratio of 2 hives per acre. And in some cases, you get into situations where the next bullet point, the 100 hives in one location, might be exceeded if there's a 200-acre almond orchard that needs to be pollinated. That could be 400 hives for a very brief period of time of 3 weeks to a month. That would exceed, obviously, that 100 hive maximum in one given location. So those are really the big ticket items relative to commercial bee yards, and helping to kind of set some standards around what's allowed and what's not, to hopefully alleviate some of our nuisance complaints. Additional requirements of the ordinance, which are really fundamental, requires an adequate water source for each beehive. Bees during the summer need a lot of water, and if they don't have a source provided, they'll go find one, and oftentimes it's the neighbor's swimming pool or their swamp cooler or other things, bird baths, things that do create more of a nuisance. So we're requiring the beekeeper to proactively identify and provide their own water source. Requiring 50-foot setbacks from property lines and public roadways, just again in the public safety vein, to require some setbacks. Those are also good for beekeepers because you don't want your bees getting hit by cars, and if they do have a flyway going across a public road, that will really be detrimental to the beekeeper as well. And then safety measures for daylight transportation. Bees don't fly when it's dark, but they do fly when it's light. And so if a truckload of bees is traveling through Placer County and doesn't have the proper nets on it, if that truck breaks down, all of a sudden you might have a couple of 100 hives on a truck parked in somewhere where it's creating a massive safety hazard, for instance, and so some requirements around that. Lastly, and I believe this is my last slide, and I'll turn it back to Adam, but there's a real, as I mentioned, a real interest in backyard beekeeping. We recognize that that's kind of an existing practice that's unsanctioned in violation of our code right now. It's probably happening here and there throughout the county even now. And it's currently not allowed in residential single-family zoning unless they have that AG, that ag combining. Just as a caveat, there is, I believe the RSAG combining does allow it, but straight RS zoning does not. The proposal as it's written today would be to allow up to 2 hives in residential single-family zoning with specific setback, water, and screening requirements. I will say that if you do the math, if we have a dense subdivision type development where, say, you have 5 hives per acre, and in a scenario where all 5 houses per acre, and you have a scenario where each of those 5 houses has 2 beehives, that would be 10 hives per acre, which would double the amount we allow in agricultural zoning. And so there's some specific provisions in the proposal that would require my office then to review each of those applications to register those bees, and gives me a lot of discretion to say, hang tight, we've got 2 beehives or 2 beekeepers on that acre already, we're not going to allow any more so that we don't exceed that 5 hives per acre density. I think, Adam, you're going to cover some of the more we've received a lot of public feedback from our MACs and our Ag Commission around this issue. As written, there's also a notification requirement that would put a burden on each beekeeper who proposes to keep hives in residential single-family zoning on parcels of less than 20,000 acres to notify their neighbors within 300 feet. And so that's something you may hear some public comment on, and we're very aware of that and kind of how that would play out in reality. So with that, I'll turn that back to Adam to conclude the presentation. Happy to answer any questions once. I think we were going to wait till we're done with the whole presentation. So.
Okay, so we're going to go over the public outreach portion that we concluded. Public outreach began in 2020, and it had multiple well-attended meetings with local beekeepers. And these initial meetings were meant to establish what their needs and concerns were. And this is how we focused our items down to the issues that we wanted to resolve with the ZTA. This public outreach included a news article that was picked up by KCRA and aired in November of 2020, where we did request additional public comment from the community. Once an initial draft was created, the county reached out to the municipal advisory councils and the Ag Commission for their recommendations and input. COVID-19 did hamper our in-person meetings, but when possible, we did hold in-person meetings, and we did receive a good amount of public comments. These public comments focused on the interest in beekeeping on residential parcels, concerns about nearby hives and personal safety, the need for beekeepers to have written permission for the landowner prior to placing hives on leased or borrowed property. We also received comments on how the complaints would be resolved when they were received by the county, multiple support for the bees and for other pollinators, and additional concern for bee health related to nearby pesticide applications. So at the MAC meetings, the zoning text amendment was presented only as an information item to the MAC meetings from March of 2021 through to April of 2022. Similar feedback from the MACs was received as we received from the public, but they did focus on the 300-foot notification requirement within the residential single-family zones, as well as the 100 hive cap that primarily came from commercial beekeepers. And the seasonal exemptions, that was when the commercial beekeepers wanted to make sure they had exemptions to allow for additional bees in their almond orchards, like Josh had mentioned. The Ag Commission also discussed the need to protect existing bee operators from being impacted, specifically by new beekeepers moving into the area and how necessary separation is for a commercial beekeeper. They also discussed the impacts of bringing bees into a traditional residential space, and they recognized that notification is necessary, but they also recommended a change to our zoning text for adjacent properties only and for a posting at the front of the property. They did vote 8-0 with 1 absent to recommend approval to the county code with their recommendations, as well as to modify that notification process. We have also notified the Airport Land Use Commission, but their hearing is in August, and we will get their recommendation at that time. So based on the input we received from the community, stakeholders, MAX, and the Ag Commission, we have incorporated changes into the ZTA. Specifically, those changes we incorporated were reduction of the hives in the RS zone from 4 down to 2. We also implemented an exemption for those pollinator apiaries, as we've mentioned. And we also included an exemption for transportation where they can congregate hives in a specific location for multiple days for then transport. The items that we have not implemented into the current text were changes to the 300-foot notification window. The Planning Division believes that providing notification to neighbors is paramount, especially in situations where there's potential public nuisance involved. And the 300-foot notification window is standard for our land use entitlements. We also received comments about the caps for the hive amounts on properties. And we received comments that challenged both that being too few and too many. So when we have evidence that we're in the middle ground, that's usually where we want to be. So we have some recommended actions for you today. I won't go through the whole thing, but I do want to say that we are going to recommend, we would like the Planning Commission to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to approve the following. Find the beekeeping zone amendments projects, which include the amendments to the Placer County Code, Chapter 6 and Chapter 17 exempt. We would also like you to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 6 to create Article 632 entitled Beekeeping and amend Chapter 17, Article 17.56, Section the Animal Raising and Keeping to incorporate the amendments included in the attachments. And we'll be available if you have any questions.
Questions?
No questions. Slide 29, can you go back to 29?
Of course.
The bullet number 2, regulate commercial bee yards so that they must be located with at least 1 mile apart from each other. The other counties that Josh was kind enough to send me information on, or send the rest of the commissioners information on, many of the counties have a 2 mile apart. What is the thought behind the 1 mile?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your question. That's a great question. We put a lot of thought into that. I believe, a couple examples I would give would be Siskiyou County and Nevada County that, to my recollection, both have a 2 mile requirement.
Same with Tulare and Madera.
Okay, so there's a couple more there too. So what we looked at is this is an ordinance that seeks to balance out allowing an activity versus protecting, various interests, and really what's that too hot, too cold kind of balance. And a lot of the, the numbers we're putting to things are an attempt to hit that sweet spot that's neither too hot nor too cold. We talked to a lot of beekeepers, and what they said is from a strictly biological standpoint, 2 miles is a better distance, just to protect nectar sources, keep beekeepers completely out of the scenario where they're competing with each other. 2 miles is a very safe number. The flip side is what we did is we also ran some GIS modeling on our existing bee yards that are already registered. And what we found is in western Placer County, if we put a 2 mile buffer around every single existing bee yard that's registered with my office, it would virtually eliminate any opportunity for additional bee yards to be established in Placer County. So just the number of existing bee yards with a 2 mile buffer, it would just basically lock the county down from any new beekeepers coming in and having more than 9 hives in one location. So, you know,
Is that a bad thing?
you know, and that's not necessarily mine to, you know, opine on, rather just to point out that that would be a consequence of a 2-mile buffer as opposed to a 1-mile buffer.
Because the research did show 2 miles tends to be the right amount for their distance that they travel, for the pollinators that they need, for the nectar that they need,
Right.
for the water that they need, from a bee perspective.
Right.
Not from what already exists from a commercial beekeeping operation in
Yeah.
Placer County. And then I'm looking at how much more bees, if it's 1 mile versus 2 miles, does Placer County need?
Yeah, yeah, and I will say that even at a 1-mile buffer, when we ran that same exercise at a 1 mile, there's not a whole lot of additional locations where you could put more bees in western Placer County.
Right.
You know, good bee locations are a very competitive thing that, you know, beekeepers, you know, that's why there is so much, you know, difficulty around those from beekeeper to beekeeper, and competition, if you will, is because they're, you know, there's only so many people that are even willing to allow bees on your property, and then when you, you know, narrow that down with buffer zones, it becomes even more competitive.
The other question I had is about how the changes to this chapter, amendment, whatever, are grouped with both the hobbyist and the commercial. That there isn't a way for us to vote on or amend this, because they're two different things.
Right.
They're two very different things. And they're combined together in this one, or multiple recommendations.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for that?
So we, as we start off the presentation with, there's very little language in our existing code right now. It's just
Sure.
as required by the Ag Commissioner is the gist of that language. And so this is an attempt to establish a comprehensive beekeeping ordinance that addresses a multitude of different issues that are currently not addressed in county code. Among those, both commercial beekeeping aspects or issues, and also very small scale hobbyist beekeeping. And so, you know, I think if there's specific things either within the hobbyist realm or the commercial realm, the way the ordinance is written, we could address those concerns individually to the extent that the commission wishes to.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Staffing, do you have adequate staffing to be able to monitor and enforce, I'm speaking mostly of the hobbyist community, to be able to make sure that they have the water supply and that they are within the setbacks and that they have noticed the community? And then I didn't see anything about signage. I know Nevada County, Tulare County, Stanislaus County has a signage requirement even for residential ag, that they have to say they're keeping bees there. And I didn't see anything on signage in here.
Yeah, and so I'll address the signage first and just say that the state law, again, that's one of those things where state law requires either the beehives or the property where the beehives are kept to either have a sign, or the beehives themselves have to be marked with the ownership information.
So you chose the hive rather than the property in terms of these recommendations?
No. So that's actually in state law. So
Okay.
so we're silent on that because the state law addresses it already, and the state law allows either a sign or the markings on the hives themselves.
Okay.
The Agricultural Commission, I will mention, specific to the small residential single-family properties, recommended a noticing on the front of the parcel for a certain amount of time prior to the hives being kept there, to let the neighbors know of the proposed activity. That's not in the current ordinance, but was an Ag Commission recommendation.
And then what about the enforcement, the staffing,
Right.
the ability to do that?
So part of the desire in bringing this forward is that, you know, it's not a future workload, it's a current workload for my department. Nuisance complaints around beekeeping are my number one type of agricultural nuisance issue that we work through. We get the occasional noise complaint or dust complaint or odor complaint, but you know, it's very rare that my staff aren't working on beekeeping complaints. That's a pretty much a constant workload as it is right now. We do have funding sources to pay for that through the state to address that, and the state is actually working on legislation right now to increase our registration fees to the beekeepers to provide more funding on a on a long-term permanent basis to address that work. So very cognizant of that. It's already an existing workload, and we are working with the state and the legislature to get some more permanent funding for staff to enforce beekeeping issues.
Thank you.
Just a question. First of all, a comment. I think, I knew absolutely nothing about this. But, I don't know, several months ago, you brought a workshop together and brought it in here, and then the ag tour was absolutely fabulous. And, it really has been helpful for me to understand the significance of the work that you're doing here, and I appreciate it a lot. In the staff package, you talk a lot about registering to do this. This is the first time, though, that I've heard that there's an application process. In other words, you brought that up. But in the staff package, there's no application. So can you walk me through the process for an individual like me who knows nothing about bees except that they sting, to actually deciding that I want to put a couple of beehives in my backyard? So what does that application look like? And how are you going to make sure that you have the right people doing this rather than people who really have no idea what they're doing?
No, great question. So there's two different things when we talk, this is a complex issue. And so there's the state law mandated registration process, and that's actually done through an online portal that is existing, and it's a standard form. And so that's where state law requires every beekeeper on an annual basis to register all of their beehives with the agricultural commissioner. And so that's actually, again, GIS based, where the beekeeper gives us locations of every beehive. The primary purpose of that is actually for pesticide notification, so that if another farmer wants to apply a pesticide that could be detrimental to bees, it facilitates us able to notify the beekeeper and work that out with the farmer and make sure everybody's on the same page, and we're not, inadvertently killing bees when a farmer needs to make an insecticide application. That's the primary purpose of that and why it's been in the law for a long time. The thing I believe you're referring to is an application for keeping bees in that residential single-family zoning. The way the ordinance is written today is it gives my office the discretion to create an application process that is not, I don't have that process fully built at this time. But prior to the implementation of any new ordinance, if it carries forward as proposed, it gives me that discretion to create an application process for those residential single-family parcels, so that we can vet them and ensure that, again, we're reviewing, are there nearby beehives? Are we overwhelming the neighborhood? Is that notification, whatever the, neighbor notification requirement is, if one moves forward, is that being done? There's enough complexity in that that would be developed following, potentially your commission and the board's recommendation. So we would develop that application form, so to speak, once a final ordinance is adopted.
Okay. So this becomes a hypothetical, perhaps, because you've not really kind of gotten to that point. Are there qualifications that you see that might be part of that application process for an individual?
Yes. So while there's not an application process specifically built into this, it would largely be based around verifying compliance with the elements and the requirements of this ordinance. And so we didn't get too much into the details of it, but for the residential single-family zoning in particular, the biggest thing is how the bees cross the property line. That is the number one issue from a public safety standpoint, neighborhood safety standpoint, is, there's a thing called a flyway, which is how the bees exit the hive and travel out from the hive. And, you've heard the term beeline, make a beeline for something. That's because bees travel in a straight line. And so if you, quote unquote, aim your beehives right at your neighbor's, swimming pool or their swing set, their kid's swing set or trampoline, you're going to have problems. So what we've done is the ordinance requires either a 25-foot setback from the property line or if your backyard, say, is too small to achieve that, it requires a 6-foot barrier, which is 6 feet high and 6 feet on either side laterally from the beehive, so that the bees are crossing the property line at least a 6-foot elevation, so that they're going above head height. An alternative to that is to locate the beehives, I believe it's 12 feet off the ground, so if you want to put them on your deck or something, your second story deck or something like that, you could, to also achieve that flyway, not being aimed at your neighbor's property. Secondly, it requires a water source, again, a proactive water source. And then the third one would be, again, that ensuring that we don't exceed that 5 hives per acre maximum in the neighborhood.
Okay, so someone like me,
Yeah.
as long as they're, at least this is your vision anyway, someone like me who really knows nothing about this, as long as they develop a compliant plan based on what you just described, I could go ahead and put bees in my backyard. And I've done the notices and all of that. That's the way you see it, right?
Yeah, after proper review, that would be, there'd be an additional step beyond just the registration allowed by state law. And we'd verify, either, I don't know if it would be a site visit or submitting a site plan to us, or, I don't know exactly what that process would look like yet, but there'd be some kind of a review process. And then based on that being satisfactory, you'd be allowed to keep bees on your property.
Okay.
We are, but any more questions?
Yeah, I have a ton of questions. As Josh well knows, I've farmed where I've had to have 2 hives per acre and have dealt with this on thousands of acres on a commercial basis. My concern is the residential aspect of this. How do you determine, first of all, whose house is in what acre when people are applying to go have these? And second, I've had this situation in my neighborhood, which I presented to staff to see if we can put it up on the board here, where a beehive was illegally in our neighborhood. The bees escaped in the springtime when they mutate or whatever they do. Swarmed, thank you. I'm not a beekeeper, I'm a farmer. And it became a nuisance for my neighbor. They were on their driveway, they were on their trees, they're by their front door, they couldn't get in their house. And they were set down low, so for them to go fly straight, they would have hit the hill and just stopped, but they didn't. They flew up over into their yard and up over my house into my backyard, as we saw the flight pattern. And I will have a lot of experience with bees, so I know that they just are not gonna fly beeline, because we tracked them from my pool back to the hive across the street, which is probably a 30-foot difference. If we could put that picture up, if staff would allow it.
Sorry, were they able to get it slide?
It should be in there, yeah. After the recommendation slide.
Thank you.
There you go.
There. So this is my house across the street. This is my neighbor's house, and to the left of where those bees are settled on their driveway, drops down about 10 feet, and that's where my neighbor had his 2 beehives. They would fly from that location over the top of my house, which was a swimming pool on the backside, which I believe is about an 18 or 19-foot peak on my house. So for them to go from there to there, they were going up at least probably 25 feet. Not in a straight line, because they didn't dive into my windows. And then as they swarmed onto my neighbor's property, it became a nuisance for them. And then we also had other neighbors whose kids were allergic to bees. So we had to try to get him to stop doing it, but it took us probably 3 years.
What's your question? Your question.
My question is, how do we stop that if we put him in a residential section?
Right. So the ordinance also has a safety valve in it, which allows, with 30 days notice, me to remove the approval from any beekeeper in that residential single-family scenario, so that if we receive a complaint that, hey, this registered beekeeper is causing a problem, and we would review that complaint, and if we found merit in it, it does give me the discretion to remove that approval for that bee location. I will just say, because you brought it up, the people with honeybee allergies is a significant thing we discussed as well. You know, that's a tough one, because, you know, fundamentally there's bees in the environment. They fly on average up to 1.5 miles from, you know, their location to forage. And so, you know, whether or not there's a beehive at your neighbor's property, you're going to have some bees in your environment. If you have flowers in your yard, for instance, you'll probably have some honeybees in your yard. And balancing that out with what's the acute immediate impact from having bees, you know, in the next door neighbor versus just bees in general in the environment, and really balancing those things out is one of the things that we did a lot of discussion about, and how we as a county want to maneuver around specific health issues that people are that people are asserting. You know, it's a little bit of a touchy situation there as well with the I'm allergic to bees. How much do we want to be in the business of asking people about their medical conditions and things like that? Certainly. So, so that's where that safety valve, so to speak, was built in to say, hey, if we investigate this and there's a legitimate issue here, we have the ability to withdraw that approval and require the bees to be removed.
So, but you won't know that until, I mean, people move out of the country or live in the city because of reasons like this.
Yeah,
But now we're allowing.
And that's why the notification requirement was put into the ordinance as well. So it's both a before and an after situation, where before you put the beehives, the way the ordinance is proposed, you would notice your neighbors. After you put the beehives in place, if there isn't a problem that emerges, we have an ability to address that as well.
Okay. Also, how do you determine what house is in that acre zone? I mean, does the houses behind this house has beehives and now my house is on a different acre because the property lines are split? Can I now have 2 beehives?
Yeah, so we also have, through our registration process, we have some pretty sophisticated mapping tools and can determine exactly, you know, within, you know, any given space, the concentration of bees within that space. So, you know, it's you know, if it shifts here or shifts there, we can determine in any given space how many beehives are registered.
Also, why would you make commercial people have 50 feet when residents are gonna have maybe 10 or 12 feet? How was that fair?
Yeah, so that was determined based on just the average parcel sizes for different types of zoning. And so requiring, say, a 50-foot setback in a neighborhood like this probably isn't realistic. And so that's where these other types of flyway barrier type mitigations would be allowed. So, you know, you can't achieve even maybe in some of these backyards in a neighborhood like this, you couldn't achieve even a 25-foot setback in some scenarios. And so we allow, or we propose alternative mitigation such as the flyway barrier or elevation of the hives.
So it just seems like we're lowering the standard for people who don't know anything about bees compared to the people who are professional in this business. And bees are not like a pet. You can't have your neighbor say, hey, can you watch my bees with my cat this weekend? Or leave them there because you're a home gardener and my flowers are growing, can you water them? It's like going from, I'm gonna raise a chicken and tomorrow I'm gonna go buy a cow. It's really apples and oranges of what you're gonna let or allow the public to dip their toe into.
We're gonna let the public speak.
Okay.
I do have a question. Is this do you think this is from a single hive in a backyard?
You know,
and Mr. DiMattei may have an answer, but.
This is, so to the left, he had 2 hives stacked on
hives.
top of each other.
And
this was one of 3 times that this has happened. How does it come from one hive? I don't know. Again, I'm not a beekeeper. I just hire people to bring bees onto my property.
Do you have a sense for what would cause this type of behavior? Because this would be something that would be disconcerting to every neighbor in my neighborhood, I can assure you.
Yeah.
Let's get some public comment going here.
You know, can I ask questions? I'm an appointed official by my supervisor.
So the chair ultimately controls the meeting, but it is, if you have questions that are designated and are important for purposes of your determination or that might assist the other commissioners in making a determination on this item, then you should be allowed to ask those questions.
Okay. Well, I think it's time to go to the public comment now, and we can have more discussion after the public comment. Okay, how many people in the public want to comment out there? Okay, so we'll have you kind of maybe stand up, one person come up to the podium and another person stand behind them. And you each have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Margie Bowie. I've been a resident of Placer County since 1980, which I think is about 42 years. I own 5 acres in Newcastle. I pay for irrigation, which I'm sure you've all heard is getting very expensive for all of us. I have horses. It's just a recreational thing. I don't have a stable. I have a barn. But for all these years, I've paid for irrigation. It's gone up and up and up. I've kept up my property very well. I keep up my fences. I'm now a widow. I'm sorry. So a lot of times you're facing situations alone for the first time. In my situation, I have a neighbor, and that neighbor has been there for a long time. He passed away. And he's off of a different road. He's off of Hathaway. I'm off of Ridge and Pondview. That area has since gone to his daughter. They don't pay for irrigation. They have dry lot. You know what that means. I have this beautiful, lush 5 acres of pasture. I'm a gardener. I have lots of flowers. I have a garden. My horses have, of course, hay, but I take care of them in their element, too. They graze. They're grazers. So I put them out on grass. I don't just leave them in the barn, even though I have a very nice one. All of a sudden, last year, right through my fence, appears 30, 40 beehives. I also have a pool sitting up on the hill above the property. I have 8 grandchildren. Every single one of them were stung by a bee last summer. I guess I'm out of time, but my point is this. I asked this beekeeper about the water. I have that color of that pool draws the bees. They sit also in my waters for my horses. There's so many around the waters, the horses can't drink. You know, he does not own that property. She just allows him to put those bees there, and then he doesn't provide for them. I provide for my horses. He needs to provide for his bees, and he needs to put them somewhere away from property that's maintained. I'm not maintaining my property for his benefit. If he was a good beekeeper, he'd take care of his bees like I take care of my horses.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ernie Buda. I've been a hobby level beekeeper for, I guess, 16 or 18 years. I have been involved and gone to, I think, all of the meetings that Josh has held and participated with another beekeeper from Placer County in both testimonial input and written input, specific suggestions and alternatives. I think looking at the current draft, and I can't speak, I'm not attempting to speak for hobby beekeepers collectively, but I think my view represents probably most hobby beekeepers' perspectives. Beekeeping should be an activity by right, and Placer County Draft Ordinance has recognized that. If you have a 20,000 square foot parcel or above, you do not need to seek permission. You have the right to keep bees, obviously within the rules, regulations, and limitations as may be in the ordinance and state law. If you happen to be a homeowner or a tenant in a parcel or live on a parcel that's under 20,000 square feet, you have to get pre-approval. And I heard somebody mention here earlier regarding another issue, that consistency is important. Well, I see that as highly inconsistent. I'm on 18,000 square feet. My neighbor's on 20,000 square feet. He can keep bees without asking permission. I can't, only because of the lot size. We have advocated that beekeeping is a by right activity from the very beginning. I don't think that's the first time Josh has heard this. I have been to many, if not all, of the MAC meetings, and the issue is the MAC was placed on the MAC as an informational item, not an action item. So there was virtually no discussion at the MAC meetings, no vote on a proposal or a recommendation put forward. I feel that the notification requirements are 300 feet are highly difficult, to say nothing of the problematic language. 300 square feet in a residential area could be 60, 70 different owners. And if that owner at the far corner of 300 feet happens to be Intel or an apartment complex or a shopping center, how is notification done? There's nothing in the ordinance that says what that person notified can or should do. And real quickly, the third point is we believe beekeeping, that we would request staff look at the zoning issues regarding beekeeping. Keeping a hive or two hives on a parcel, whether it's called industrial, residential, etc., really is not the critical point. The bees don't care.
Okay, could you wrap it up, please?
The bees don't care, and the issue is whether that parcel owner and apiary operator can effectively meet the conditions that the county has put in place for proper beekeeping and public safety.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Walter Clevitt, and I live in unincorporated Placer County. So I wanted to talk about commercial bees keeping and the 100 hives on 22 acres across from my house. So I have worked with your office, and I appreciate what you guys have done for me and working with me for the last 4 years. With that said, if you've ever lived across from beehives, 100 beehives, 50 feet from a fence line, you would not appreciate it. It's a mess. Your house is covered with bee poop. Your cars are covered. You can't even go out on the lawn in bare feet. So I'm here. I support the 2 miles apart, like every other county, 2 miles for 100 beehives, and should be at least 150 foot setback from a property line. So just.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, now go ahead and introduce yourself and make your comment.
Okay, my name is Robert Sugar. I'm a Placer County resident in the unincorporated area west of Lincoln. I've lived there since 2005 and have kept bees on the property. I've got some comments about this. First of all, in Section 1, Chapter 6, Article 6.32, 6.32.030 beekeeping requirements, the date should be changed to the adoption date of the ordinance, not January 1st, 2022. Secondly, in 17.56.050 animal raising and keeping, this approval for keeping bees on private property less than 20,000 square feet is kind of a slippery slope. This requirement isn't required for keeping any other animals, and unless there's an increase in the personnel to deal with such complaints, I think this is going to eventually become an example of a non-enforced regulation. Finally, under section 17.56.050 F.2.A, you should add 4 colonies of bees may be kept during the swarm season instead of 2 on these residential properties, and I'll explain why this is important. What are you going to do to address bee swarm calls otherwise? Your commercial beekeepers will not pick up bee swarms. The hobbyist is the one who picks up the bee swarms, and usually at no charge. So if the system isn't broke, why fix it? So another quick comment is under section F.2.B, period, this widespread notification isn't required for any other animals, so why require it for bees? To notify those neighbors on the 300-foot distance. Because usually I think it's a requirement that normally is directed at the property owner. And in some cases, there's no requirement that the property owner convey this information to the tenant. That may need to be addressed. But the current general comment under 6.32.030 F period, the proposed stocking rate is very high. It's above the carrying capacity of the landscape for anyone wanting to produce a honey crop. This, as currently written, only allows Placer County to become a bedroom community for valley commercial beekeepers who keep beehives only for almond pollination. So the quantity should be limited to 40 colonies at each location.
Okay.
And 2-mile separation.
Okay, that's your comment. Thank you.
My name is Brian Shigley. I'm a small beekeeper in the Mount Pleasant area. I've been doing it since 1991 when I had 3 beehives. Everything has changed so substantially. I'm a small beekeeper. I am not a commercial beekeeper. I have less than 100 hives. I had lots of locations. All these other beekeepers throughout the years have moved into the areas. I used to make honey, and then I move out of there. Now these are all their areas. They saturate these with all the bees. And beekeeping for commercial beekeeping is all about the money. It's put your bees in there, make as much money as you can. It's not about the environment. Small beekeepers and hobbyists, they're much more conscientious of the bees to actually work them and keep them alive. The neighbors are much more responsible. That's my opinion. I have less than 100 hives. That's 1 registered location. The other thing is a good location is like 25 beehives in the past if you're trying to make honey. Now it's so overrun with bees, it's ridiculous. Then there's the property right issue. Property rights issues is people don't realize that beekeeping, if you can have bees on your property with the amounts that he talked about, which is pretty good overall, that has a value. That has a financial value and a business value. So when you put the registrations from the large established commercial beekeepers that are everywhere, and you don't give the property owners in the rural farm areas the opportunity to have bees on their property, that's a decrease in value because of the business opportunity, or it's an increase in value as for a person like you talked about that dumps their bees there, bee drop, doesn't do much of anything. There's a honey flow. They're there for the honey flow. They devour the whole area for nectar, 10,000 bees, 5 to 10,000 bees, 100 hives, then it becomes like a million bees. It's totally ridiculous. It's not good for the environment. It's not good for the neighbors.
Say, could you address the commission, please? Talk to us.
Okay. The property rights, I think the owners of the property should have a right to have bees or not have bees on their property because it's a valuable commodity. So that's one thing that, and the other one is, say I move on family property and I move to another area in Placer County and there's already bees in the area.
Okay, your time is up now, so could you finish your comment?
Yeah, am I gonna be able to move bees in an area that I own onto new property, but there's already bees in the area? So that's a big one. Can you own your property, but not be able to have beehives on your property besides 9?
Yeah,
So-
we'll address that question after the public hearing, but your time is up now.
Okay, thank you. And then also the last thing I'd say is I think you should have a charge per fee for beehives so you can afford to monitor them.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else that has a comment? Yeah, step forward.
Cindy Clevitt, I'm Walter's wife. I just have a question about enforcing the act, the ordinance. Because we have another neighbor who hides his bees when they're not his. He has a commercial person bring them in. They hide them behind a wall of trees, and you can see them from our property. We were out trimming just recently, and we noticed there's these huge amount of beehives, but you can't see them when you're driving past. He also has a gated, lock gates at both entrances. So are you guys going to trespass to go give him notices? There's no
We'll address
signage
that.
at all on these.
I think you're asking about the enforcement. And so we'll address that after the public comment.
I just didn't want it to turn into the neighbor against neighbor
Right,
thing.
gotcha, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it for the audience here? Anybody zooming in?
3 online. Mariel, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and make your comments. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, excuse me. I'm Muriel Davis, and I have a few questions for Josh. My understanding is that the notification will be to notify adjacent owners and to have a sign out in front of the property. My question is, that you can address later, is what is the process for an adjacent neighbor who is allergic to these bees? Do they have any, what would they do to say, hey, I can't have bees coming into my property because I'm allergic to it? That's my first question. The other one is did I hear right that the 6-foot fencing on 3 sides of the beehives is instead of the 25-foot setback? And if I just want to confirm that I heard that correct. My other question is, I think that the ordinance should reconsider doing the 2 miles apart. I don't think the ordinance is taking into the effect the impact of all these honeybees will have on the native bees. And native bees are substantially important for the pollination of crops and flowers and everything. And it's been found that when honeybees increase in the area, it affects the native bees and the nectar that they need and that they endue in the pollination. I think that was it. But I'm still concerned about having 2 hives per property on a residential area. Okay. If Josh could answer these questions, I'd appreciate it. I guess my other question was, is there a plan to study the impact of all these honeybees, the impact it will have on all our native bees? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ellen, if you could unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Thank you. Good almost afternoon, Commission. My name is Ellen McBride. I'm a Placer County resident, and I started working on getting this ordinance in place 3 years ago, and I represent the hobby beekeepers perspective. Just want to say thank you to Josh, who's put in a lot of effort to get this across the finish line. From the beginning, I've been seeking an ordinance that allows beekeeping, hobby beekeeping, that could be adopted by the cities. And in its current form, that doesn't appear likely because it requires a lot of management. As a governing body, you want an ordinance that people will comply with. And right now, I think there are challenges on both of those fronts. From a hobby beekeeper perspective, I have a couple of major concerns. The one is the distance of neighbor notifications. And what if a neighbor says no, when you do your noticing and that sort of thing. I think there were a number of other comments that are particularly important that others made, including the fact that neighbor notifications are not required for any other animal. So going to the distance of neighbor notifications, bees are on the landscape whether there are beekeepers or not. So if I've got bees that have a 6-foot flyway as required by the ordinance, known bee behavior dictates that they fly up and out and disperse. So if the bees are leaving dispersed, why would I need to notify neighbors 300 feet away? There's no way to prove that a bee found at 300 feet away from my home is even from my hive. There's no way to know, even if it's next door, that it's from my hive. How do you justify a 300-foot notification when bees are already on the landscape? That's a huge area, and in my opinion, it's a gross overreach. 300-foot noticing is typically carried out by the county, but here the onus is placed on the landowner to do that. I've mapped it out in my neighborhood. That would mean I've got to notify about 60 different people. So do those notifications have to be to the resident or to the owner? What if it's not all residential, but it abuts against an industrial or a business complex? How do we even track down owners if that's the case? So the main point here is that, especially if a hobby keeper has to figure out who the owner is of each property and notify them, that puts an onerous responsibility on that individual and is going to result in non-compliance. So in other words, people are going to continue to keep bees, but without the desired registration, which is what we want. So my recommendation is to please consider making it a notification of touching parcels only. This is a reasonable change, and the Ag Commission voted to recommend that change, and I urge you to do the same. The other concern I had is, what if someone says no? What recourse does the beekeeper have? Plenty of people might say no just because they don't want them around, but they don't actually have a valid reason. So I think there should be an identified process for how that's dealt with. So in summary, from a management perspective, the desired outcome of the ordinance for hobby keepers is to get them to notify the Ag Commission that they're keeping bees. You want an ordinance with very little staff time for management, and one that will encourage compliance. The more hurdles and confusion there are, the less compliance there will be. So the way it's currently written,
So your time is up. Could you make your final point, please?
Yep. So the 300-foot neighbor notification is prohibitive and unnecessary, and the language isn't developed yet to provide enough confidence that a landowner's right of beekeeping is being upheld. So thank you for considering these points.
Okay, thank you.
Jason, go ahead and unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Yep, and he's gone.
Say, Allison, is this who we're looking for? Huh? Oh, okay, so we don't have any more? We can give it a minute to come back on, otherwise we'll go on. Okay, well, with that, we'll close the public comment and invite the staff back. And I think there's quite a few questions that were asked, and so you may want to address some of those. Oh. Yeah, why don't we, let's do that. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll give Josh and staff Mr. Anderson a chance to address some of the questions.
Yeah, you know, and if we say, hey, we thought this, we gave it our best, and, you know, this element is not working, so we, you know, I can initiate that, or, you know, let's initiate that, or the board can initiate that, and, you know, the supervisor. And this is working back, and makes it really good. That's pretty cool.
Chair.
Let me see, we
Chair,
kind of
before
ended up there where we were inviting, huh?
Chair, before we start deliberation, I believe Josh received a text message from the gentleman who was trying to provide public comment. If the chair is interested, we do have that text message, and I think he did convey some points.
Oh, okay, so we'll open
Want
up the
that read.
public comment again?
So it is at your discretion, but there are public comments provided by that person via a text message that I believe they would like to have read into the record if possible.
So at least Josh has got the text message?
I think does the clerk have it now, or?
I have it, but
Okay.
however you'd like to address it.
I think it's fine to have Josh read it. If the commission's okay with it, Josh, would you mind reading that text? And then you can close public comment.
We'll kind of
after
open up the public comment so you can address the text message, and then we'll close it again.
Okay, so I'll just read verbatim what Mr. Miller sent. So he says, for some reason, I don't think my audio is working. My comment is just that thank you and your office for all the hard work on this ordinance, and we support it. It's a bummer because I also wanted to point out that all commercial beekeepers shouldn't be lumped into one group. We in particular care for our bees and the environment and our neighbors, and that beekeepers are not hiding bees by placing them in trees. It's an ideal environment for the bees and their orientation to their hive.
Okay, thank you. And so I'll close the public comment again, and I guess invite Josh and Mr. Anderson back if you want to address a lot of the questions or comments that came up. You're sure welcome to do it this time.
All right, so, and I did my best to capture and kind of summarize some of the things I heard, and then if Adam has anything else as well. So I heard several comments around notification related to the proposed 300-foot neighbor notification, and so I'll attempt to address those. The first comment that I heard a couple times was, what if the neighbor says no? So if a neighbor receives a notification that someone wants to keep bees nearby, and ultimately, I think that the way this ordinance is written, that places that authority in my hands to weigh out the benefit of the person being able to keep some bees in their backyard with the risk to the neighbors. As you may be aware, people are very sensitive. Not everybody loves having honeybees nearby. And so if it's just a general, I'm scared of bees, I don't like bees, versus, hey, my child is deathly allergic and has been prescribed an EpiPen, we would work through those individual situations and do our best to strike the right balance of allowing people to use their property versus, real legitimate neighbor complaints as well.
So Josh, on the 300-foot
Yeah.
notification, is that something that the county does, or does the individual have to do that?
As proposed, the burden would fall to the individual that proposes to keep bees to accomplish that notification.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and so that's kind of the second comment in my notes was that I had was just that we have received a lot of feedback around how the burden that's placed on the potential beekeeper around the 300 feet. One thing I do want to say to that point, I heard several comments about, hey, we don't require notification for other types of livestock or animals. I think obviously the fundamental difference is, we don't allow horses to go over to your neighbor's property and graze, just to use a silly example. Bees, by their very nature, travel off-site, and I think that's the fundamental difference between bees and other types of animals and why that notification is proposed. I also heard a question, I believe, about the setback versus a fence, and just wanted to clarify relative to the residential single-family zoning issue. It's an this or that. So one mitigation to keep the flyway where the bees are crossing the property line, one mitigation alternative is to present a 25-foot setback from the property line, so keeping the bees 25 feet off the property line. an alternative mitigation instead of 25 feet is to erect a flyway barrier. If you can't accomplish a 25-foot setback, the way this is proposed would allow an alternative to create that flyway barrier at least 6 feet high, at least 6 feet on either side of the beehives, or elevating them at least 12 feet off the ground. Those are alternative mitigations to, it's not 25 feet plus the flyway barrier, it's 25 feet or the flyway barrier. So those were a couple of questions I heard on that. As far as the staffing in my office, as already mentioned, this is far and away my number one kind of agricultural related nuisance complaint issue. So we're already spending a lot of time on this. I think it would be a little bit of a workload to implement the residential single family requirement. And that's something I just, my best guess is that there won't be a ton of interest. I don't think I will have dozens or hundreds of beekeepers applying for this on an annual basis. If that does materialize, I always have the ability to go to the Board of Supervisors and ask for more resources if it really did get to that. But as of right now, I just don't anticipate it being something that I can't handle within my existing staff. And then the last one was I did hear a question about the irrigation water supply. That was a very good point, and that's one of the things that I think the ordinance is trying to address is, beekeepers putting a number of hives on a property that is a quote-unquote dry property. It's a vacant lot with dry grass, and so the neighbors or the bees have to have a water source. So if the beekeeper does not provide them with a water source, the bees are going to go find one on their own, and often that's a horse watering trough or a swimming pool or a bird bath or something that can cause a nuisance complaint. And so, while we can't force the bees to use the water source provided by the beekeeper, at least it is a proactive step that is an attempt to mitigate some of that concern. So, beyond that, if I've missed anything, please let me know.
Okay, Mr. Anderson.
I would like to just chime in as well in regards to something that Josh has already touched on about notification not being required for other animals within the animal raising and keeping section of our ordinance. There are certain situations and certain zonings where an administrative review permit may be necessary for keeping more than 6 dogs or cats on certain sized lots. So it is not outside of that section's normal operation to require notifications or limits as to animal raising and keeping. The only other part that I heard was there was a question from Brian about whether or not you can add bees to your property or if you're within 1 mile of a commercial bee yard. And provided you were not creating a commercial yard, I don't believe there's a reason why you wouldn't be able to add your own hobbyist bees within that 1 mile separation, provided you did not exceed 9 hives. And those were the comments that I saw that we hadn't addressed yet. Thank you.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Can we go back to the 300-foot radius and that is on the property owner or the applicant to get that? Don't we have a program that can do the 300-foot radius and give them the mailing labels and all that stuff? Like, we just don't say you gotta go find 300 feet, find the addresses and mail it. Don't we provide them something and then they have to mail it out? How does that work?
Yeah, so planning services division does, and that's what we do with our normal,
Right.
projects, planning projects that come in. So we do have that resource. I think this is different, Josh, which you may add to that. It's a responsibility of the property owner in this case, not the county as proposed.
Yeah, part of our internal staff discussion in developing this requirement was to consider the possibility of requiring an administrative review permit for the keeping of those 2 hives. And we weighed out, the cost of an administrative review permit versus, is that going to be a prohibitive barrier to keeping 2 hives? So, and I don't know off the top of my head or what the exact cost of an ARP is today, but it's somewhere off the top of my head between $700 and $1,000, and we felt like that was too high of a bar to require for 2 beehives. It would be prohibitive. The flip side is the ARP process, for instance, would, one of the things that that fee covers is the staff time and the expense of doing that notification on behalf of the applicant. So on the one hand, we're not proposing a fee to the beekeeper. On the other hand, we're placing a workload on that beekeeper, in essence, by requiring that 300-foot notification burden to fall to them rather than something the county would do.
Okay, trying to understand in layman simple terms. I fill out an application. Within that application is the 300-foot radius of which I'm going to have to pay for. County will do it for me.
And we haven't talked in detail about strictly the notification. I mean, I don't know if EJ, you want to chime in on if there was a potential to do
Well,
that.
I'm not sure that it's included in the proposed county code.
Yeah, so the way it's written right now, it falls on the property owner to provide the notice. So you would submit an application, and I'm assuming somewhere in the application would be some sort of certification that says, I have gone out and notified people within 300 feet, and I declare that's true. So there wouldn't, the way it's set up right now, there wouldn't be any county noticing. And I think what Josh is mentioning is, if you include that county noticing requirement, putting that task on the county, there is a cost that goes with that then drives a permit fee or something like that. And what they were balancing is it makes sense to not charge some sort of fee for a administrative review permit or something like that. But on the flip side, then you are putting this noticing obligation on the property owner themselves. So that's I think the discussion. And you can certainly, as part of this deliberation, I think it's probably a good entryway to talk about your options. You can recommend this to the board. You can recommend this as modified to the board. You can recommend a denial to the board. You can also continue this item if you feel like additional work is needed and you want staff to look into things. So those are all the options that are in front of you in terms of kind of your decision process.
Yeah, and I think that if I'm an applicant, you say I have to go knock on everyone's doors. I'm an honest person. I'm going to knock on everyone's doors and give them a notice, but not everyone is. And so I think that needs further discussion. And I worked in an industry where you would get those lists from the company I worked for to be mailed. And I know we have a service here internally, and somehow I think it should be incorporated to make it easier for the applicant and try and figure out how to keep the costs down. They get the list, they have to mail out the list themselves, but you take 10 minutes to print out and give them the list. Or I think it needs more work and conversation, so it's easier for the applicants.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the hard work that you've done. This is definitely a difficult thing because we like bees. Bees are primary to our lives. We need them. Without them, we can have a lot of problems and issues, and I feel like you're working on a fair balance for pro-bees and anti-bees, and I just appreciate all the effort. I feel like we should work on the 300-foot and make it easier for an applicant. And then regarding water, the water portion of it, is there going to be a certain amount of water that's required that they have per how many beehives? And I do have concerns if it's, this Marcia's swimming pool is right there and her horses and her horse troughs. Someone applies for bees next to her, and can she have a little control over, make it 150 feet away and the water source is in the other direction, or somehow I feel like that needs to be worked out a little bit more as well.
Yeah, there's always going to be a little bit of discretion and professional judgment that comes into something like a water supply. And in that case, where we are on, agricultural zoning where bees are allowed today and we don't have a water requirement, I see any sort of a requirement as an improvement from that situation. And that's really one where we go out, we receive a complaint, we investigate that complaint, and we have to make a professional judgment call that, yeah, there's an adequate water source or not. Definitely something, we take on an individual basis in that case.
Thank you.
The 50-foot barrier, I was at a location on King Road where the lady has their aquatic plants, and more than 100 feet away are beehives, and I think I talked to you about this. And when I was there buying some plants from my place, they were swarming with bees, and it was more than 125 feet away from my, what I looked at. So I think maybe that should be addressed as well, maybe a little bit further away. Also, from my professional view as working with beekeepers, I think the mile in this county would be adequate, just because our county is much smaller than maybe some of the other counties that have a larger 2-mile radius, because they have the space that we don't. Some of those counties are much larger than ours. Also, I don't really, the public beekeeping or residential beekeeping, I don't think, in my opinion, from my experience that I've showed you on the slide, that the community is ready for that. Or people who, I just don't think they're ready for that. And I know there's hobby beekeepers, and I praise those guys. It's a great business for them, but I don't think it needs to be in this middle of Rockland or Lincoln or Roseville or Granite Bay, where you have 5 houses to the acre, and all of a sudden now you have the ability to have 10,000 bees in somebody's backyard. So that's just my comment. Thank you.
I have a comment and a question. I agree with some of the commissioners. Bees are obviously very critical to our ecosystem, and I do think you need more robust clarification in your written guidelines for sure, so you can do your enforcement work and make sure that, the commercial side and the residential side are compatible. However, the way the recommendations are written is challenging for me, because I'd like to see the commercial side and the residential side separated. And so we can vote on individual aspects of it, whether it's a separate section or a separate article. Some of the items that you had recommendations for the commercial, thumbs up. Some of the ones you had for residential, we still have issues on and still have concerns on. So I'd like to see those separated so we can vote on them individually rather than lumped into chapter 6. That's all.
So what I'm hearing from the commissioner, there's some changes that are desired with respect to this, the ordinance that's proposed. There's a couple ways that you can do that. One, you can vote on, I guess, concepts, since this is being a recommendation to the board, and then leave it to staff to implement those concepts in the ordinance. Or we can go through and look at the ordinance and change specific word-by-word language. I did notice, at least with respect to the notification requirement, that's in section 17.56050, subsection F2B, which is on page 11 of your packet.
But not just in the notification, but in residential beekeeping, period. So before we get to notifying neighbors, I think we could even vote on, is that something that we want in this chapter 6?
Totally, yes.
So
Yeah, no, you can
before we
certainly
get to
vote on that,
individual aspects of that, the things that you've recommended and laid out for commercial beekeeping, do we approve and agree with those? Do we approve and agree with residential beekeeping, period? And then if we do, what are the aspects underneath that which we agree or disagree? That's what I was saying.
So those would all be appropriate ways, and certainly if you want to make a motion along those lines, we can start there.
But do we want to do it here, or do we want to let staff take it back and do it and present it back to us? I don't know which works best.
That is
It's
up
really
to the
up to
commission.
Huh? I'm sorry?
It's up to us.
It's up to us.
Okay.
I'll just make a couple of quick comments here. Personally, listen, I think you guys have done a lot of work in this area, and I really do commend you, but I guess I would say I don't think this is ready for prime time. We have got quite a few different concerns here. Frankly, I'm not even sure why we do 300-foot notice. If I receive a notice in my mailbox that says beekeepers are going to take place in this area, what do I do with that? Let's say I have a son or daughter who's got a real problem with that. I mean, medically, what do I do with that? And how do you assess that if all you're doing is an application, which we, by the way, don't have? We've not even seen how this application process will work. Is county going to be even involved in understanding what the community concerns around this particular beekeeper, might have? So there's just a lot of things here, and as I look at this, my personal opinion is trying to fix it here to where we're all comfortable enough to vote on it in the affirmative would be quite challenging. So my opinion is that we could even move on this and vote, and I suspect I know the outcome of that. And then it becomes your issue to resolve some of these concerns. So, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I would make a recommendation that we send it back to staff to review the 300-foot notification and how that process is going to happen, to also interject what type of water source and the size of the water source based on the applications and how many hives, and to separate hobby beekeepers versus commercial beekeepers. Is that what I think you were trying to identify? And come back with a little bit more detailed explanation and bring it forth for us to again, so that we can give a cleaner recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
I second.
Okay, well, just now I have one more question, maybe. And then we can do a motion if you'd like.
I have a
Maybe you just
comment.
did, I don't know.
I have a question for Josh after you're done.
Okay. At any rate, what I'm hearing in the regulation of this, that if there's some problems that come up, you have the ability to go in and look at the situation and make some judgments. And then if you don't get compliance, then you can withdraw the permit. Is that what I was hearing?
So that's true for residential single family. So the way the ordinance is written for residential single family, 20,000 square foot and under parcels, is that is discretionary and can be revoked with 30 days notice. My reading of the ordinance, the draft ordinance, is that would not be the case. We would have more of a code compliance type of process. If there was, say a requirement for a commercial beekeeper to have a water source, they don't have one. We write them a letter and say, hey, you need to provide water. They still don't. Then that would be more of a typical code compliance type of process at that point, rather than you don't get to have bees anymore.
Okay, so in code compliance, I guess I'm trying to think of that in the context of the abatements that we deal with. And so basically, so if you having a code compliant, well, how do you do that with a commercial owner? And they don't comply with what you want them to do. What options do you have?
Yeah, so ultimately that could result in having to remove the beehives, in the example I gave where they don't provide water to the bees. Water is fundamental to the compliance with our ordinance, and so they'd be subject to either abating the nuisance, i.e. removing the bees, and or some sort of fine actions as well, potentially.
What was that now?
Some sort of fine actions as well, potentially. So, resolution is always, we're trying to resolve the nuisance is always, first and foremost, and hopefully we could, as a first step, work with the beekeeper to resolve the issue. But if we can't, then
if they don't comply, then
all the tools that, the county has to abate a nuisance would come into play.
Right. And
so it would be section 17, I guess, or whatever. It'd
Yes.
probably come to be the same process that we deal with, right?
Right, so this would be part of the regular code compliance process, which, because this would then be implemented in the code, so it would be a violation of the code, which would mean that then the property owner could be subject to fine, could be subject to notice of abatements. If they didn't remove all of that, then it would come before your planning commission to then provide authority to then abate the nuisance and then lien the property if needed. So you would have that full spectrum of fines and abatement process that is currently allowed in our code.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. You had a question?
Yeah, there was a gentleman who spoke from the audience that said if, he lives on 20,000 square feet, his neighbor is 21,000 square feet, he can have more than 2 hives, and not knowing if that's in a residential single family area or not. But if that does become a problem, and I have, you know, my neighbor has more square footage than I do, can he go up to 4 hives? And is that gonna be a problem within your 4 hive per, or 5 hive per acre, compliance problem?
Yeah. So the way the proposed ordinance is written, the 2 hives maximum would apply on those 20,000 square foot and under parcels, and then the 5 hives per acre would apply beyond that. And so, you know, we obviously can't have 2.5 hives on a half-acre parcel. So, you know, I would assume it would still be at 2 hives or maybe 3 hives, depending on the exact square footage.
So do we have residential single-family units that, or lots that are larger than 20,000 square feet that this could become a problem?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I probably know the answer, I just want to hear the answer.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
So again, back to my statement, I don't think that the community residential single-family residents are ready for bees, hobbies, or commercial-wise, because there's loopholes in there that if I'm a commercial guy, I can go rent all my neighbors' properties and start throwing beehives on. So, thank you.
Okay, is that it?
In
So-
terms of process, Commissioner Powers, was that a motion? I wanted to make sure that
Well,
I understood that correctly.
Yes, of course, but we were actually being asked to make a recommendation, not a motion, correct? So my recommendation is that we send it back to staff with the items I suggested.
Gotcha. And let me just clarify, you are being asked to make a recommendation to the board, but you can make a motion to send it back. And that wouldn't be a recommendation, that would be action by your commission.
Yeah, I'm sorry, then I'll convert it to I'll make a motion and perhaps, and clearly state separating hobby versus commercial.
If this is going to be sent back, it may be worth checking. I don't know, Josh, do you have any more questions of the commission, or do you have enough direction from the guidance provided today to work on amendments to this ordinance?
Yeah, I think the specific areas where more work needs to be done are pretty clear to me.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, the only comment I would have is I would amend that motion to actually get to those points, of course, but also realize that there were a variety of other issues here, Josh, that need to be addressed, I think. And some of them were public comments, some of them came from the commissioners as well. So that motion is kind of narrowly focused. I would simply amend it to say that what we're really looking for is for you to take a comprehensive look at this again, because I think we have some significant issues. I would also like to see an application, even though that's work for you. If you're gonna bring this back to us, I would like to thoroughly understand how it is that you're gonna take a guy like me and turn him into a local beekeeper in a neighborhood. Seriously, I mean, in that bee behavior that I just saw on that slide from Mr. DiMattei, you know, that is a big deal in a community. So it's important that we understand how it is you're really gonna do this when someone like me applies to be a beekeeper in a neighborhood that is quite congested.
I have a question, Josh. The administrative review permit that you guys went away from, that includes that noticing and enforcement, or the noticing piece that would cover that, you eliminated that because you were trying to keep the cost down. Okay, if you don't expect there are gonna be a lot of these, why not put the administrative review permit back in? And that suffices for a lot of these issues that we're having in terms of notification.
Yeah, and you know, just the feedback we received from the beekeeping communities, they felt that like that would be an insurmountable barrier to them in you know, the process and expense of doing that would be a barrier that they weren't willing to cross. And
But
so
the barrier and the expense is going to be on, the burden is on them anyway to do the notification. So that's just from the beekeeping community. That may not be sufficient for the regulation.
So Commissioner Powers has made a motion. Commissioner Woodward has asked that it be amended, but this is Commissioner Powers' motion, which is still in front of the commission.
Did we capture your motion?
Yeah, and I believe I said at the very end of my motion was, let's clean this up, tighten it up a little, address all the issues to send a cleaner recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. I feel that encompasses all the comments of the commissioners today and the public.
Okay. And we have a second?
I second.
Okay. So I guess we're ready to vote on it.
I have a first from Commissioner Powers and a second from Commissioner Dahlgren. Commissioner Powers,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes?
Commissioner Woodward,
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei,
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question of Josh? I know this
Sure.
is over. Well, I'll talk to you about it.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
this is
you.
over, so let's.
Yeah, the decision's made, so.
No, I've had.
Okay. Okay, so. Huh? Yeah. Okay, let's get started again. Let me see, now we're going to be talking about Chapter 7 zoning text amendments.
Well, good morning again, Commissioners. Well, I guess now afternoon. Callie Kenninger Cecil with the Planning Services Division. The item before you this morning is an amendment to Chapter 17 of County Code, which is the zoning ordinance. We're referring to these as the ZTAs, or the zoning text amendments. The purpose of the proposed amendments is to ensure consistency with the housing program as well as the Placer County Conservation Program, to address feedback that has been received from the public and the Board of Supervisors, to ensure consistency between the printed and online version, to provide clarification in sections that are too vague, and to address language conflicts and grammatical errors. The zoning ordinance is broken down into 4 broad categories, including definitions, allowable uses, development regulations, and administration and procedures. Before I get into the bulk of my presentation, I'd like to take a moment to discuss the public outreach that has occurred for these proposed amendments. The ZTAs have been proposed at all of the municipal advisory councils, which are the MACs. It was determined to be consistent by the Airport Land Use Commission on their April 26, 2022 Board of Directors meeting. It was presented to the Ag Commission on May 9th. It was a limited presentation that focused on the cargo container storage section of the ordinance, as well as the proposed changes to canal setbacks, and was also presented before your commission on May 12th. Based on feedback received from these meetings, staff has revised the proposed ZTA since the workshop occurred on May 12th. These changes to those sections will be identified in bold and noted by staff. So the first section of the ordinance that staff is proposing a change to is to adjust the definition of campgrounds in order to allow campsites to have individual connections to sewer, water, and electricity. The next section of the zoning ordinance that staff is proposing to change is the allowable land use tables, which is found within the in the zone district section of the ordinance. Staff is proposing amendments to the allowable uses of the residential agriculture zone district to eliminate residential care homes with 7 or more clients with a minor use permit, and we are proposing to place that into the residential single-family zone district. Staff is also proposing to eliminate a conditional use permit requirement for child care homes and family care homes in the commercial plan development zone district and make it a zoning clearance review. These changes are in response to the adopted housing element and state laws. Specifically, the change to allow residential care homes with 7 or more clients in the residential single-family zone district is to align the zoning ordinance with the adopted housing element, and specifically Goal HE-42, which states, "The county shall amend the housing code to treat all residential care homes as family homes consistent with health and safety codes, and to allow residential care homes with 7 or more clients with approval of a minor use permit in single-family residential districts." The change to the child daycare homes and family care home permit requirement in the CPD zone district is to ensure consistency with Senate Bill 234, which was adopted in 2020 and requires that large family daycare homes are treated as a residential use of property. Next, I will get into the development standards and administration and procedures sections of the ordinance. The development standards can be further broken down into general development standards. These would be things like fencing, height, and setback regulations, and then specific regulations which govern the use of specific uses such as campgrounds, restaurants, temporary uses, etc. Then I will get into the administration and procedures section, which is also broken down into 2 sections, including the discretionary use requirements, which governs permit review, and zoning administration and zoning enforcement, which provides regulations for the zoning administrator, the planning director, as well as zoning enforcement and abatement procedures. The first change that staff is proposing is to the walls, fencing, and landscaping section of the ordinance. Specifically, we're proposing to allow retaining wall height and fence combination in subdivisions to be up to 8 feet in the side and rear yard area, as measured from the lowest finish grade or approved pad grade. The bolded language has been added to clarify where these features would take their measurement from. Staff is also proposing to allow a 10-foot retaining wall and fence combination to be considered if approved by the hearing body as part of the project design. Some new language that staff is proposing is to allow a 12-foot retaining wall and fence combination for lots that are adjacent to resource protection areas and open space lots, if that fencing would result in better resource protection. Next, staff is proposing to allow for fences to be a maximum 7 foot high within the side, street side, or rear setback. And this new language was added that states and cannot conflict with vehicle sight distance as demonstrated as a clear view triangle, which I will discuss further on the next slide. Lastly, staff is proposing to establish an upper limit of 8 feet for walls and fences in the commercial and industrial zones, because the zoning ordinance currently does not establish an upper limit. So, in response to concerns, primarily from engineering and surveying staff, that fencing may conflict with vehicle sight distance, staff is proposing to add some language that establishes what's called a clear view triangle. So the purpose of having this is to assist the public and front counter staff with reviewing site plans to ensure that fencing within a street side would not conflict with vehicle sight distance. So a clear view triangle would be defined as an area of unobstructed sight distance for the traveling public at the intersection of 2 streets, which can generally be determined by measuring 80 feet from the center of the 2 intersecting streets along the center line of each street, then connecting the 2 points with a straight line forming the hypotenuse of the clear view triangle. This is a common regulation in many jurisdictions. It is a little wordy, but the intent is to assist in those situations where there are concerns with vehicle sight distance. With regards to combination retaining wall and fence height, this top photo is an example of what the code currently allows, and this bottom photo is an example of what may be allowed for fencing and retaining wall height combinations. It is important to note that the proposed ZTA for this is for new maps and does not address approved tentative maps. The reason why that is important is that typically when a tentative map is at the approval stage before a hearing body, they generally have not identified the location of fencing. And so the intent, well, not the intent, but the reason why this is an issue is that those approved maps then have to submit a map modification, which would have to go to your board if they wanted to increase their fence height up to 10 feet or 12 feet if adjacent to resource protection areas. One potential resolution for this is to allow that fence height to be approved with a finding of substantial conformance from the planning director, which would potentially eliminate the number of map modifications that come before your board with regards to increasing fence height. So I will get into the finding of substantial conformance later in the presentation, but that is one potential solution that your commission may consider. Next, staff is proposing 2 changes to this section of the ordinance regarding parking, including clarifying that the 40-foot front setback for the first parking stall adjacent to the street is for parking that is directly accessed from a drive aisle connecting to a roadway. And then we are also proposing to allow uses with use permits in residential zones to provide an alternative all-weather surface, provided that a project complies with the following. Would have 5 or fewer spaces. Staff has added language that the circulation areas may be paved. The project would have to limit trips through some sort of mechanism, such as requiring appointments for their clients. It would have to be a low intensity of use and located on a parcel that is sized 1 acre or greater. Here is an example of a kennel that is in a farm zone district. They received a minor use permit and then also requested a variance to allow for an all-weather parking surface. The ADA space had to be paved and the circulation areas had to be paved. But if your commission recommends the board ultimately approve this, it would cut down on the number of variances for parking surfacing, but would also enable us to ensure that there's some standards around that. So next, staff is proposing to adjust the setback for man-made canals from 100 feet from center line to 50 feet from center line. When the Placer County Conservation Program was adopted, it changed the canal setback in areas within the program area, which is generally areas west of Highway 49, to 50 feet, but the remaining areas of the county, that setback was not changed. So this proposed change would ensure a consistent canal setback throughout the entire county. Next, staff is proposing some changes to the antennas and communication section of the ordinance, including correcting the zoning ordinance to reincorporate an administrative approval requirement, as well as a minor use permit requirement for visually obtrusive facilities. We're proposing to establish some standards for cell tower ground-based equipment, as well as requiring an administrative review permit for new equipment installation and expansion of ground lease areas. We're also proposing to address some grammatical errors that are in that section. At the beginning of my presentation, I noted that the first amendment would be to the definition of campgrounds, and the governing code section would also be changed to match the new definition, which would enable individual sewage disposal connections for campsites. There are also a couple typos in that section, and staff is proposing to change those typos with this amendment. Next, staff is proposing to amend the section of the ordinance regarding requests for reasonable accommodation. Reasonable accommodation is an accommodation for someone who is disabled or handicapped, and an example of a request for reasonable accommodation would be something like requesting a wheelchair ramp to encroach into a side setback so that that person could use the ramp. So we are proposing to eliminate requirements for public hearing noticing and public hearing for those requests, as well as eliminating 2 findings for those requests. This is to be consistent with Housing Element Goal HE-44, which states that the county shall consider adoption of a zoning text amendment to remove the notification requirement for reasonable accommodation applications. The county will also review and revise approval findings to ensure that they are consistent with state law. All right, so in response to multiple requests to allow storage containers for accessory storage, staff is proposing to amend the storage accessory indoor and outdoor ordinance to allow cargo containers to be used for storage within the residential agriculture, residential forest, farm, agriculture exclusive, timberland production zone, and forest zone district. Based on feedback received at the MAX, as well as the Agricultural Commission meeting and from your commission at the May 12th workshop, staff has changed how the allowance of cargo containers is based. Initially, we were proposing a number of cargo containers based on the size of the parcel, but because these structures do vary in size and length, we are establishing instead an area. So parcels that are 9 acres or less would be limited to an area of 500 square feet. Parcels that are 10 acres or greater may have 1,000 square feet. You may have up to 2,400 square feet if it is on a parcel that is 10 acres or larger and it is used for a bona fide agricultural use as determined by the Agricultural Commissioner. They would have to be located within the setbacks of the zone district. Instead of earth toned, staff is proposing solid color because that's much less subjective. and they would not be able to contain lettering, logos, or graffiti, and that those colors would have to be maintained for the life of the container. Containers can't be stacked, and we're also proposing to add language to clarify that the containers shall be used for private storage only and not for retail, rental, or public access. All right, so next I will get into the section of the ordinance regarding administration and procedures regulations. So the first change to this section of the ordinance is regarding permit time limits, exercising of permits and extensions, and we're proposing language that would clarify that the hearing body for an extension of time is the hearing body with original jurisdiction of the entitlement. Next, I'm going to get into finding of substantial conformance. So earlier in my presentation, I discussed approved tentative maps and fencing, and how perhaps those maps could request a minor increase in height with approval of the planning director. Right now, there are a number of entitlements that can request minor changes post-approval through a finding of substantial conformance. And staff is proposing to add tentative maps to the list of entitlements that can have minor changes. So we're proposing to establish the following findings for substantial conformance for tentative maps, including does not increase the number of approved development parcels, does not result in changes to required on-site or off-site improvements, does not result in other changes that would substantially alter the project character, operation, land use patterns, or parcel configuration, or would result in an overall improvement of these criteria. So the next sections I will be discussing are the sections that we have received the most feedback on. So the first change we are proposing is for chapter amendments or rezonings and notices to meetings. So this would be for county-initiated amendments and rezonings. So like the zoning text amendment I'm bringing forward today is an example of a county-initiated amendment. Other examples of county-initiated amendments include changes to specific plans, community plans, etc. And so staff is proposing to have language that states that the planning director, in consultation with the district supervisor, to determine venue, format, and medium based on scope of the amendment and level of public interest. When more than one supervisorial district is affected, a town hall or similar meeting shall be held, and will determine in consultation with the district supervisor if additional meetings, including MAC meetings, should be held. The bolded language has been added in to address concerns that allowing the planning director to have the sole responsibility of that determination was too much, and they wanted to see, they being the public, MAC members, as well as your commission, some other language that would potentially also bring in another person to assist with that determination, and so we have added the district supervisor. We're also proposing to add language to require private projects to be noticed to MACs pursuant to section 17.60-140, public hearings. Next, staff is proposing to adjust the hearing radius from 300 feet from property lines to be expanded if fewer than 30 properties are within that radius, in which case the radius would be extended in order to include the 30 nearest properties. It should be noted that this would only apply to amendments, subdivisions, rezonings, specific and community plans, subdivisions, and parcel maps. And so staff is requesting that your commission recommend to the board to also apply the expanded hearing notice radius to variances and use permits. We are also proposing to enable larger public meetings for projects, and we've added in some additional language to further clarify when this kind of consideration may occur. So it would be for projects affecting a large geographic area, i.e. affecting more than one supervisorial district, or encompasses an area larger than 50 acres, or requires more than 500 employees. We're also proposing to clarify existing language that allows a project to move forward in the event it cannot go before a MAC. Sometimes there are circumstances where a MAC doesn't have a quorum, or unforeseen events like COVID-19 that can prevent MAC meetings from occurring. So with that, I do want to note that correspondence received on the proposed changes is included with the staff report, and additional correspondence has also been provided to your commission. Correspondence provided to the commissioners not included with the staff report includes letters from MAC members, one member of the public, and one community group, which was Defend Granite Bay. All of the letters were primarily focused on either changes to the residential care home or changes to public hearings and concerns with diluting the intent of the max. So those were the general themes that were in the correspondence received. So with that, I am requesting that your Planning Commission forward a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on the following actions. To find the proposed zoning text amendments exempt under the general rule of CEQA, to adopt an ordinance to repeal and replace Placer County Code Chapter 17, to incorporate amendments as set forth in Attachment A and supported by the following findings. A, the proposed zoning text amendments to Chapter 17 are necessary to clarify and update sections of the zoning ordinance and to ensure compliance with recently adopted housing and habitat conservation programs. And B, the proposed zoning text amendments are consistent with the Placer County General Plan and all community plans in the county. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to state here that this is a time we ask questions, but we'll have plenty of opportunity after we close the public hearing to provide comments as a commission.
I have a couple questions. First, on the canal setback, from 100 feet to 50 feet, has PCWA or NID approved this, or are they okay with this setback since they're the ones working on these canals?
So most of the easements already that are on canals are typically 50 feet.
Right.
In general, yes, they are okay with it.
Okay. Second, I got this question when I went to the Ag Commission meeting the other night. The storage containers, normally they will come on a trailer, and trailers are designated for containers. At what point do those have to be taken off, or can they be left on those trailers with tires and wheels and the whole frame? That was a question I was asked to ask staff.
So, let me just flip to that section.
Because they thought, well, we can just cover up the tires and wheels and frame it and make it look like it's a container sitting on the ground.
So the proposed language states that this subsection applies to the use of cargo containers for accessory storage. A cargo container, also known as a Connex box, Sealand container, or C-train box, is defined as a prefabricated metal structure designed for use as an individual shipping container in accordance with international standards, or a metal structure designed and built for use as an enclosed truck trailer in accordance with Department of Transportation standards. Cargo containers are 8 feet wide, 9 feet, 6 inches tall, and vary in length from 10 feet up to 50 feet. So, could it be on a truck trailer?
Yeah, I don't think it's included in that section, but I think it's a vehicle, you know, at that point.
Because it's still considered a cargo trailer when, you know, for ag, we have to load a cargo trailer, but it's transported to us on a non-permanent trailer. So at what point does it have to be taken off that trailer when it's delivered to somebody's farm or ranch or a parcel larger than 10 acres? That was their question, so I'm just trying to relay what they're...
Yeah, that's a great question.
So I think it probably needs to be written in there that it has to be set on the ground or some type of permanent structure instead of left on a trailer that can be, you know, moved around.
Okay, more questions?
One other question that I was asked about is the planning director having, I guess there's confusion of having sole direction of where the meetings are going, and also eliminating, they feel like the max are being eliminated. So can it be clarified that they're not going to be eliminated, or
Certainly,
kind of
yes.
pushed to the side? Thank you.
The intent here is certainly not to dilute or minimize the purpose of the max. The reason why we are proposing this is we have received feedback primarily from the supervisors that some max are not well attended. Other supervisors have to attend multiple max. And this language would provide some consolidations of that where it's not currently there. We've also, to address feedback regarding the planning director having too much discretion, we have added in language that they would have to consult with the district supervisor in order to determine these. And then we've also established some more standards around, when would it go to a different hearing format, but we are not proposing to eliminate the max.
And to further clarify, this particular section and the way the ordinance is written applies to county initiated, zoning text amendments, general plan amendments, and rezoning. So, private development projects, things like that, that's not what this is referring to.
That said, we are proposing for private projects that affect a large geographic area. It is, for those as well, this language would enable larger public meetings.
Kelly, I have a question then.
Thank you.
Does this apply to the streamlining efforts that under SB 330 and SB 35, if you only allowed to have 5 meetings under those applications before the project is automatically approved?
Yes, I can deal with that. So under SB 330, it is a public meeting, so yes, this would apply, but the MAC meetings currently also meet that requirement too.
And it counts for appeals too.
Right.
So it could go to the MAC, it could go here, appeal, that's 2, supervisors 2, 5, it's done.
Yeah, and if you have a scenario,
That's
I guess
problem.
that you've got an SB 330 project that requires 2 MACs, then you would have 2 public meetings of the 5 already taken.
So
taken up.
these changes would allow us to have a bigger meeting to count as 1 meeting, so it could help us ultimately.
It would make it a little bit easier to comply with SB 330,
Okay,
yes.
okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Callie, since we're on this subject, this is towards the end of some questions that I had, and I probably will wait until after public comment for most of these, but I guess I'm curious about paragraph 1 and paragraph 6. In other words, one is staff-initiated proposals, as I recall, and the other one is these private, things. There are similar points being made about supervisory involvement and planning directors and that sort of thing. Frankly, as I read these, at this point in time, I really wouldn't have a particular problem with the way it's written because I know the planning director. However, he's not going to be here forever, so we're going to have a new planning director at some point. So my question is, in both of these cases, paragraph 1 and paragraph 6, as I recall, we make the supervisors, in my estimation, subservient to the planning director's guidance and direction. Why is it that you place it that way as opposed to saying something, for example, like the supervisors or supervisor, if it's a single district, will make a determination about this after consulting with the planning director?
We certainly could do that, and as your commission has the ability to make that recommendation, we could bring that kind of language forward to the board. The intent was not to make a supervisor subservient. I was just putting in the language that I was trying to address the feedback that we'd received on.
Yeah,
But
and I don't think that's what the language says. You read that, I guess, different than I am, because all the applications, they all go through the planning division, right? So it would be the planning division to initiate these processes and setting up meetings and so forth. So the way it's written, or the way we have it written, is that allows me as planning director, requires that I consult with the supervisorial district supervisor to determine what meeting venues are we going to hold for these plan amendments. So that's the intent, right? I agree. Planning director does not want that sole authority,
right?
Unless granted by the board. But it allows me or requires me to go to that district supervisor and figure out what is the best meeting venue so we could, provide the best public outreach.
Right. And listen, again, I'm pretty comfortable with where we are right now.
Yeah.
I'm just not necessarily comfortable with the next guy that's sitting where you're sitting. I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
they would be
to
required
your
to do the
point,
same the way the code's written.
But to your point, it says, for example, it's just one that I just opened up to. It says, and or at the discretion of the planning director, notice of public meetings to provide public opportunity, et cetera. At the next sentence, at the discretion of the planning director. So my point here is, and my question, because it has to be a question, I got it. Okay, so my question is, why are we, and it really is a relatively simple but potentially a significant change, if you push this to elected officials, who, by the way, created this in 1975, as I recall your staff package. The maps were created by, or at least approved by, the Board of Supervisors. These are elected officials. So the elected officials should consult with the planning director, as opposed to the planning director having sole discretion to execute something. Oh, by the way, and they will consult with an elected official. That's my point. And you seem to indicate that there's flexibility here.
There is. I am here to present the zoning text
Do
amendment.
you understand my point, DJ?
Yes, so if you refer to your packets, and you're probably already on these pages, but 26, page 26, 27, 28, 29. So page 26, 27, the language is, it's not and/or, it's the planning director in consultation with the supervisorial district, or district supervisor. So that language is already in there, but on the very last paragraph on page 29, it says and/or. I mean, we should really change that to, no, take that out, but say the planning director in consultation with the supervisor.
Right,
I think,
all I'm saying is I would prefer it to read, the supervisors in consultation with the planning director will. So so the point here is the responsibility, the authority to make the decision is at the supervisory level rather than the planning director. No one is going to make a call on this without consulting you, because they do not have the ability to do it. They need to consult the expert. But the authority rests with the supervisor and not with the planning director. That's my point. And so if you read this language carefully, it shows preeminence to the planning director's authority and decision over the supervisor, at least in my view. We can certainly move on, but that's what I'm trying to drive at here.
Well, let's think about it, and we'll discuss it after the public hearing.
Yeah, and I'm comfortable with that. So I don't think, again, I know that the chair wants me to just let the public make its comments and then move on. So I will do that. I do have a variety of questions to follow, but I just have a couple of quick ones here. First, CEQA compliance is confusing to me to some degree. So who is it that makes the determination in the verbiage with regards to CEQA compliance for this particular package? Who specifically in the county is responsible for making that determination? So it reads, CEQA compliance in the verbiage first page staff package indicates text amendment meets the test as it would not result in nor permit new development at density or intensity in excess of what is permitted at the current time and on the current regulations. Who made that determination?
Staff makes that?
I can answer that. That's a recommendation from staff. Ultimately, your planning commission will provide a recommendation and the board will make the decision on whether or not this is exempt from CEQA based on that ground.
Okay. So staff's view is that there is nothing in this package that would alter the density or intensity in excess of what is permitted at the current time. Correct?
Yes, that's
Yes.
worded in.
And
yes.
this package includes 7+ in single-family residential parcels without limit. So 7+ means 35, 45, 55, if the parcel could support that inside of a residential community, single family. That
He's talking
seems
about residential care homes.
correct.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
So it's being moved from residential agriculture, the exact same land use, and is being moved to residential single family. So we're eliminating it from one, putting it into another. That's not necessarily increasing the density. I don't know if Clayton wants to add to that.
And I can answer this.
Most certainly.
what is being proposed is that that use would be allowed subject to a minor use permit, which would be a discretionary action that then would have its own environmental clearance. So
Right.
you are making a change, but ultimately for something like that to occur, they would have to bring forward that proposal, which would be subject to a minor use permit, which then it is a discretionary action that somebody would vote on and would have its own CEQA clearance. So
Right. And that's
this text amendment by itself is not providing the environmental impact. The impact will occur when the project comes in.
same logic that was used when the housing element came through, as I recall. Did the housing element have an EIR attached to it?
No EIR? I'm looking at our housing specialist.
It did not?
Yeah, but
I believe
we
it
have
did.
to think back.
But, okay, we'll move on. The only last thing is actually a comment, okay? I want to be very clear about this, and support the public that's about to make some comments as well. The citizens of Granite Bay never supported placing 7+ group homes in residential parcels, never. The citizens of Granite Bay supported moving group homes of 7+ out of res ag and into professional or into commercial locations. That's what the citizens of Granite Bay wanted.
Yes, and that is in my staff report.
It is. However, it's not located in the same area as the statements about Granite Bay wanting to be, or being grateful about moving this out of res ag. That's a good move, but into single family, that's not what they support.
Okay. Any more questions?
I have a question.
Okay.
It says under the land use issue on residential care homes, it says the Placer County Board of Supervisors adopted the housing element May 2021. Okay, check, got that. And then it says that the county now has to amend the zoning code to be consistent with that housing element that they approved. So that's what we're doing. We have to do it because the county approved the plan. The plan says it's zoned for this, so we are just a checkbox that says it's approved, so we have to do it.
So the housing element contained this policy.
Right.
We're proposing to amend the zoning ordinance to be consistent with the policy, and your question is, do we have to change the zoning ordinance based on that policy?
Yes, that's my question.
This is still a discretionary decision. So
Okay.
ultimately, this is your commission's call on a recommendation and the board's decision. And just to go back to that question that Commissioner Woodward had, when the housing element was adopted in May of 2021, a addendum to a negative declaration was also adopted at that same time. So not an EIR, not an environmental impact report, but a negative declaration that had an addendum.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are we through with questions? Oh, we'll give you a little break.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'd like to open up the public comment at this time. Is there anybody from the public out there that'd like to make a comment? Well, you're sure welcome to step forward and speak into the microphone, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Patty Knifer, and I've served on the Penryn and now Horseshoe Bar, Penryn Mac, for about 30 years under 3 different supervisors, under different districts, 2, 3, under Robert Wygant. So I've had a lot of community input experience, I guess I could put it that way. I also attended many of the other MAC meetings, specifically regarding the meeting change that's being proposed in the notices and meetings number 6. And I just wanted to point out that Sheridan, Granite Bay, North Auburn, Horseshoe Bar, Penryn, West Placer, rural Lincoln, Newcastle, Ophir, all had many of the same comments. And it was the loss of the MAC's input on some of these projects. So the bottom line is that there will be some projects that are at the discretion of whether it's the district supervisor or planning commission that are going to be removed off of MAC agendas. That's a community-based meeting. It's where the community has the opportunity, it's what they're used to going to make their comments on those meetings. The changes Yeah, you recognize the importance of the max. Many of your decisions are based on the recommendation from the community on the max. The comments in this proposal pull projects away from local MAC agendas and will be exempt from MAC advisory votes, which is why they were created in the first place. The potentially most impactful and larger projects could be moved out of the advisory vote by the MACs. So the planning department, right now it says and or, that's always a big item. You can do it and MAC and a public meeting, or you can do it or MAC or only a public meeting. And that's where the issue lies. There is the possibility of not having a local community meeting. And that was expressed by many of the MACs. It was in some of the comments, and it was almost at every single MAC that I attended and read the agenda items for. Just wanted to make sure I had one item here. If the purpose of the zoning text is to increase public participation and comments, why remove some of the projects, the most impactful ones, from the MAC meetings in the same neighborhood in which they're being proposed? That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the audience has a comment? Okay, seeing none.
Muriel?
Yes, okay, this is Muriel Davis, and I have concern about the changes to chapter 1760, 17.60.090, and 17.60.140. These concern the meetings and the hearings. In number 17.60.090, in part B, they've actually taken out the fact that the public will get notified 60 days prior to a date of a proposed amendment. And they've changed it so that the MACs won't be involved. And the planning director is the only one that will select the meeting venue and format and based on the scope of the amendment. I'm very concerned that this and the other part of the hearing is a means to eliminate public input from the community. And I'm very concerned about this because why are they taking out the notices ahead so that people can review this? Otherwise, if we had this in place, we would not know anything about chapter 17 zoning text amendment changes that are being made today, that are being requested today. And in number 6, I also have the concern about this and or at the discretion of the planning director, notice of public meeting. So they are giving us, there's a possibility of the sole person of the planning director making the decision of whether to have a MAC meeting or a town hall. But in the county initiated ones, there is no option. The planning director has sole power of what kind of a meeting and the format, and they've taken out the 60-day notice. This is really a concern that the planning department is trying to eliminate community involvement and the max, even if there's just the 5 members and a couple of people in the meeting, you're still getting community input because the MAC members are part of the community. And I think their input is very important for the planning commission and the planning department and the board of supervisors. So this whole change on page 16 to, I guess it's 26 to 29 of the staff report is very concerning. And I hope the planning commission will question why this is even being done. And change it back so that the MAC is the primary source of getting the information to a public. And also in the town hall, a lot of single communities don't have a chance to get a voice of how the impact will affect them. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
CAYC, go ahead and unmute and you can make your comments. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Karen Green. I serve on the Newcastle Oprah MAC, and I live in Penryn. I have a business in Newcastle. I too am concerned about the wording of the and if, and I think that could be easily resolved by taking the word if out, so that the statement about where and when and what type of meeting doesn't lose the impact that the community has in coming to the MAC and presenting information. Combining areas for group meetings makes sense, excuse me, where the project overlaps MAC areas, but the MACs involved present so it need to be involved and they need to be present at those group meetings so an advisory vote can be taken and recorded. Eliminating the project information from MAC meetings agendas and therefore eliminating an advisory vote was a concern at all the MAC Chapter 17 zoning text amendment meetings, but really is not very clearly reflected in the discussion summary that you have on those pages. On my document, it's pages 10 and 11, where each MAC comments are noted in what's called a discussion section or discussion summary. And really, the emphasis on not losing that advisory vote, even if it's a general hearing or a general meeting or a public information meeting, that advisory vote is very important to the projects as they move forward, because they give the planning or the historical architectural review, the fire departments, the schools, and any other departments some guidance as to the area residents' thoughts or concerns about the project. Finally, I have a bit of concern about another issue that's affecting the MACs. There's concern about the low attendance. Today, this hearing that you're conducting is in person, it's by phone, and it's through Zoom. With today's technology, there's really no reason not to have MAC meetings do the same. Zoom meetings could broaden and expand the MAC meeting audience, as you stated in your, as one of your goals indicated on pages 8 and 9. As a longtime educator, I'm always looking to engage my students in real-life activities. Civic teachers at the high schools could take advantage through Zoom to have students engage in MAC meetings, learning and contributing to their community's opinions on projects, and gaining an understanding on how real local government works. Thank you for your attention and your concern. And again, we just want to preserve the MACs as local community opportunities for input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amber, go ahead and unmute, and you have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Hi, this is Amber Beckler. I live in Granite Bay. I am also the chair of the Granite Bay MAC, but I'm speaking as a resident. I wanted to make a couple of comments. It is confusing to me as well, the proposed language on the MAC involvement. So if staff could clarify if this new language that says the planning director will consult with the supervisor, is that for private development projects and public projects? So if that could be clarified. The biggest concern I have is that private projects do not go through the MAC. And I also agree with Commissioner Woodward that it should be the responsibility of the supervisor, not the planning director. I have a quick comment on the group homes of 7 or more. I do appreciate staff excluding those out of Res Ag because they have been abused in Granite Bay. The language group homes of 7 or more was added to the housing element, and that was approved. However, the community did ask multiple times for the state code that mandated that language, and it was never revealed. And so I don't necessarily think it has to be updated in the zoning text amendment because I believe group homes of 7 or more just need to be treated equitably. And so putting those in any residential, I think is not consistent with the neighborhood and the intent of residential land. I also just want to make a quick comment, and it won't be addressed today. I understand that the canals were being moved from 100 to 50-foot setback to be consistent with the PCCP. I think going forward, other elements of the PCCP related to riparian corridors should actually be expanded to the eastern side of the county. As an example, having a 100-foot setback for intermittent streams, which could be handled at a later meeting. Thank you so much for your time and have a great day.
Thank you.
Cheryl, go ahead and unmute your mic and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity today. I second all of the MAC representative and public representative comments that speak to the MAC being the venue that the public not only expects, but it's actually the place where you have unfiltered and unregulated comment. It would be helpful to know why there were not surveys from all the MAC members and a significant effort put out. We have 100,000 people in unincorporated Granite Bay, not Granite Bay, in unincorporated Placer, and we do not have council member representatives. We have a supervisor, and then that supervisor has to vote with other supervisors. So our feedback gets diluted locally by the time it gets to a board of supervisors. Our concerns at the MAC are that the topics that are out today, these are significant topics. They are not clerical errors, and there's significant policies that are being implemented. If you go knock on 10 of your neighbors' doors, they have no idea this is going on. These are major changes. I'd also like to bring up what Dan Woodward said about the CEQA. How can you we have experienced in Granite Bay a dozen of these, we'll call them group home type facilities. These have added significantly to our impacts to our services, traffic, security, and to say that it has no impact upon residences and to say that it's consistent with all of the community plans, where is the evidence that these community plans have been evaluated to say that they're consistent across? I don't see that data, and I sure would like to. I'd also like to see public feedback that says that that each one of these areas was considered at the max, and that any MAC input was actually taken to heart on this. The group homes especially is very concerning to residents, not only in Granite Bay, but we believe in unincorporated Placer. So I hope you'll take that to heart and consider delaying some of this. I do believe it's a Brown Act violation to say that you're actually hiding a lot of the topics that were on the agenda. They're not clerical modifications. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Okay, well, with that, I'll close the public comment and let staff come forward.
And it might be best to break out the subject matter. If we can maybe stay on point and see if we can come to some resolution on the different subject matters. And maybe I'll start, Callie, just with the regarding the noticing of public noticing in meetings. I'm going to refer you back to page 27 first, and the change the change that we're asking for is regarding, once again, amendments, general plan amendment, like zoning text amendments, general plan amendments, and rezonings. So at the top of page 27B, that is where we've changed the language to the planning director in consultation with the district supervisor would determine the meeting format for county initiated projects. So it's really targeted at certain projects. It's a very limited area. When you go to B2, that talks about if it's a privately initiated amendment. And it refers you to section 17601406, which is on page 29. So that item 6 speaks to projects that go before the MAC. And for all private projects go to the MAC, with the exception, with the new language, projects that meet a certain scale, whether they affect, one or more supervisorial districts, encompasses an area larger than 50 acres or requires more than 500 employees. So we're adding that exception, so it gives the county supervisor the discretion to hold a larger format in the case of a project that size. Otherwise, the language is not changing in there. It says the planning department shall transmit a copy of the project application to the appropriate MAG and shall request the MAC's review, general review, and comment on all private projects. And those are private projects that are subject to the purview of the planning commission. So the MACs are still involved in the process with the project review. They may also be involved if it's a zoning text amendment, or if it's a large scale project. It may just be a town hall meeting though, or it could be both. It gives a supervisor the flexibility to determine what that meeting is for that particular size of a project. And that's what we're trying to accomplish here. We're not trying to remove the MAC from the process. We're just trying to provide a better meeting venue. And if that district supervisor decides that they would like the MAC involved in that process in addition to that meeting, they have that discretion. If you're a supervisor that has a district with 8 MACs, does it make sense to have county staff go to each one of those individual MAC meetings and present, or does it make sense to do a town hall meeting or a community meeting? So it's really, what is a better process? The supervisor's intent is to engage the public. So is planning's. And how do we best do that? So this is what we've come up with. I think there's some, Commissioner Woodward brought up some, comments that, maybe some of the language needs to be tweaked or adjusted. Like the and or. I agree that that we can change that. It should just be planning director, in consultation with the supervisor. And planning director is responsible for administering Chapter 17 of the ordinance. That's why it's the planning director first. He's not making that decision. He's consulting with the district supervisor, who will decide what that format will be. But we have to, as planning, we have to bring that forward to the supervisor since we are receiving those applications. Hopefully I clarified that somewhat.
Just a quick comment then, EJ. Listen, again, I'm comfortable with basically everything you said. The only question I have is this. The planning, and okay, so this is written from the context of, or the vision of, the planning director, I suppose, and the county staff. But, these sentences that begin with the planning director, in consultation with the district supervisor, will select the meeting venue, format, and medium based on the scope of blah, blah, blah. Why can't that say the supervisor, in consultation with the planning director, will select the meeting venue, et cetera, et cetera? That's all I'm asking. Because
it may mean the same. I don't know.
No, it does not. But no, it clearly does.
I'm not sure if there's. It may be. I think we're saying the same thing. It's just how do we articulate that in the code so it's clear.
I agree with you. I think we are saying the same thing when EJ is sitting in that chair. I am not sure we're going to say the same. Did it saying the same thing at other times? Because in reality, when you say the planning director, in consultation with the district supervisor, will select, the will select refers to the planning director, period. So that is, in my estimation, placing the supervisor in an advisory role to the planning director's decision with regards to how these things will be executed. And that is, I think, the real rub here. You know, if you take those things that are here where you say the planning director will do this, and you reverse them and you put the supervisor in that position, I'm confident I will not have any problem with any of this language.
Yeah, I guess from a staff standpoint, I don't have any issue with making that change. I mean, to me, I think it's saying the same thing. I'm looking at it from the fact that, the plan director is administering Chapter 17, so someone's got to initiate that process. So that's why probably planning director was first.
Yeah, listen, I've been around long enough with enough gray hair to know that if I've won the discussion, then I should shut up. So I'm not going to argue the nuances of how this language in English really lays down.
Yeah, and,
if you're willing to make
whatever
those changes, then I got it.
I can make a suggestion that might make it easier. The planning director and the district supervisor will jointly determine venue format and meeting medium based on scope, blah, 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 just jointly together. You're just wanting to make sure it's not a decision that's directed by one or the other. And I think what I'm seeing here is they're just trying to determine, sometimes we're gonna have to do a different kind of meeting.
Right. Yeah,
And so when we do, who has the final ultimate decision? And I think if you just put jointly decide would solve it. And I get what this is for because my supervisor has 8 max.
Right.
It isn't to eliminate the max. It's for when we're in Tahoe and we have in the eastern slope. I've called it Tahoe my whole life, but I want to respect it's our eastern slope. Sometimes we need the max to have a meeting together at the same time because there's just too much information. It's throughout the entire region and it's just easier. And I believe that's one of the premises of let's figure out at once in a while we need joint MAC meetings. Once in a while we need to call it something different because it doesn't really necessarily encompass that MAC, but that MAC should be involved. That's what I think it's saying. So it's basically just saying every so often we need the district supervisor and the planning director to jointly determine a venue and format. And then that should solve it.
I agree with everything you said, except the jointly bothers me still. At the end of the day, the supervisor is responsible to the voters in his or her district. And the supervisor should make this determination. So I am absolutely sensitive to the fact that your supervisor has 8 max. Mine does not. But it's left to your supervisor to determine how to approach that situation. And it's not a joint decision between the planning director and the supervisor. It's the supervisor's responsibility. He or she's accountable to the voters. And ultimately, they should have the say in how this works.
Well, in totality, the Board of Supervisors set policies and procedures. So they're always gonna be the one that gets the final say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we're gonna have to take it back to the Board of Supervisors to make a determination about whether it's a MAC meeting or, a town hall. Just give your supervisor the authority to do this. And it's really simple. It really is. Swap those things around and it's done. But anyway, we can debate that later. I guess a little bit further.
Maybe you guys have all confused me. So when you're implementing Chapter 17, it comes to you first, the planning director first. Then you have to present that to the district supervisor? Is that kind of how it falls if somebody walks in the door and applies for something in
Correct.
Chapter
So
17?
we have a, application process, whether it's a private project or a county project, that we follow that process, outlined in Chapter 17. So as part of that process, we have a responsibility to notify the max, of projects. So, which we would continue to do, right? And then we're talking about the difference between projects that are, large scale projects, which are exception, where we would consult with the supervisor, or county initiated plan amendments. So we're really talking about two areas of project review where we would consult with a supervisor. Otherwise, everything already is going to the max for review and comment.
So as it's written here, you have to go to the district supervisor before a venue can be determined. It says in consultant with the
Correct.
supervisor to determine.
Correct.
Unless you go to the supervisor, you on yourself with this language cannot determine the format or anything else.
That's the way it's
So no matter if you switch supervisor and put it in front of director, no matter what, the director has to approach the district supervisor. So the way it's written and the way I read it is no matter what, the district supervisor has to be consulted by the planning director to determine this. You can't do this by yourself. He has to, or she has to, that supervisor will then determine it with your consultation.
Correct.
So it doesn't matter if we switch it around,
Well,
right?
real quickly though, this language is different than what's here. If you notice.
Well, it's in
So
the middle of
this
the chapter.
language, for example, says, the planning director in consultation with the district supervisor will select the meeting venue, format, and medium based. That's not what it says here.
It says, at the direction of the planning director, in consultation with the district supervisor, will select. I think this is just kind of cut out of this right here and put up on top of the screen. But it's, to me, it's saying the same thing. The planning director has to consult with.
Right, I agree with that. They have to consult, but ultimately the decision maker is the planning director in this language.
But this right here is cut out from this right here. It starts in consultation with the district supervisor, will select a venue, format, medium for the public meeting for projects affecting large geographical areas. So I think this is just a small verbiage of what is inside this big thing that we're all reading here. So it still is to the discretion of the district supervisor whether he's gonna have a larger format or a smaller format. Whether he's gonna have 8 MAC meetings or whether they're gonna have one big town hall, which makes sense.
Or both.
Or both.
Okay, well, I don't read it that way. Let me just ask you this, Anthony, and then I'll shut up about this. The planning director, in consultation with the district supervisor, will select the meeting venue, format, and medium based on the scope of the amendment when only one supervisory district will be affected by the amendment. So under those circumstances, using a language that's actually going to be published in the book, right? Under those circumstances, EJ can tell Suzanne Jones what's going to happen.
I don't read it that way.
I don't either.
I don't either.
Really? The planning director in consultation?
In
with the
consultation.
supervisor.
When you put in consultation, he has to, or she has to, sorry for me not using whatever, has to consult with them.
But at
In
the,
consultation with the supervisor.
but at the end of the day, who's going to make that decision?
Supervisor.
Okay.
Right here.
All right, if that's in fact how this is meant,
That's how
I'm good.
that's how I understand it.
Okay.
I mean, that's our intent.
Okay.
That was
I mean,
my,
it's highly unlikely the planning director is gonna go and do something different than what the
It
supervisor
absolutely
suggests.
is.
yeah, I don't think he wants to get fired.
It absolutely is, right
So
now.
someone's,
I agree, okay. All right, if that's the intent, then that's good.
That is the intent.
Okay.
Okay. I think we got by that one. I have, in the same area, I kind of have a question myself. And it talks about, in B2, it talks about a private project that requires a hearing. And so that's pretty much standard with us. In B1, it talks about county-initiated amendment zoning and public review, but it doesn't talk about county-initiated projects. And I can understand that somewhat, you know, I mean, like, we built a jail down in the Roseville area and a courthouse, and those were county projects that probably weren't very controversial, but they didn't really get much involvement from the planning department. An example of a project that was controversial was Hidden Falls. And initially, there was a department in the county that was viewing that as something that they could take directly to the Board of Supervisors. And so it turned out, though, that that was a project that really wound up going to the planning commission before it went to the board of supervisors, and probably helped out quite a bit because there was a public hearing that that the supervisors got to pay attention to, as well as all the macs. And so when it got to the supervisors' chambers with all the people there, at least they had a view already of what the public was thinking. And so it was probably a little bit easier for them to make a decision on that. And then also, though I think we did the DeWitt Center plan, and that did have a private element in it too, so I guess that's the reason we did it. But anyway, I just wonder about that. You know, it's probably all right if they're not controversial projects, but it kind of looks like the county can go out and, on county land and do their project without really any oversight.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Another example is the emergency shelter that, you know, we just brought before the commission. So, yeah, I think that's just, you know, maybe in item 6, page 29, we, instead of saying any private project, we just have to look at that language, possibly any project. Hey, I think, you know, yeah, that's what we want. That's what we want to fine tune here, things like that. So,
Well, it seems like,
sense.
you know, the county should do the same thing, the same process that they require the private individuals in the county to follow.
Yep, agreed.
Okay.
I wanted to go back to what we were just talking about before. Sorry to beat a dead horse. With Dan's point, it says at the discretion. I guess maybe I needed to reread that and think about it for a second. So is it at your discretion to go to, or not you, I shouldn't say, the planning director's discretion to go to that particular supervisor? Or
So-
with that word in there, it seems like you have the choice to go to that person or not go to that person.
Yeah, so when I've looked at this language, the way it's written, and I'm not sure if this was the final version, because one of the sentences isn't even complete. But what I had strucken out is, well, I will tell you what I didn't strike out. So it says, the planning department shall transmit a copy of the project application to the appropriate MAC and shall request the MAC's general review and comment. That's language that's in there now. We're not changing that. So from there, I have, and this is, I'm proposing this so it's clear, I struck out and or at the discretion of the planning director, notice a public meeting to provide the public the opportunity to make comment. In addition, at the discretion, that whole, what I just read, scratch that out.
So scratch out in addition at the discretion?
Yeah, and discretion's even listed in there twice in the same sentence. So somehow none of that is making sense. So then it starts, the planning director, just new sentence, the planning director in consultation with the district supervisor. So that one sentence that doesn't even seem like a correct sentence should be eliminated.
It seems like a run-on because it,
Yeah,
it mentions it twice.
That
And
it must have got caught in
to
track.
Dan's
change or
point, now
something.
that I've reread it and after I thought about it, it does seem like it's to your discretion whether you go to the planning
Right, there should be
supervisor or
no
not.
reference to discretion.
That word should be strucken from the sentence.
Yep.
I believe your intention is good. I do believe that this language
That's good to
needs-
hear.
Yeah, I just do believe that I think if you rewrite it, and we don't even need to see it again, if you rewrite it, I trust you guys, you'll get it squared away.
I
It's
think
right now, it's,
One, and you know, we want you to recommend
yeah, okay.
something
It
to
has
the
to-
board
that's
that
fine,
is,
yeah, I guess so.
you know, they're gonna be.
And
able
it's
to
good that we have
latch onto,
10 sets
so.
of eyes looking at this, so great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry for that, beating that horse.
Are there any other questions that I can answer?
Not on this topic, but
Yeah, we probably have some more
Yeah,
topics.
no, it's topics.
other topics.
Other topics? Okay, I'll hang tight.
Is that pizza truck out there for us? Getting hungry.
Did we want to take another topic, like residential care homes? Do we want to talk
He had
about-
a list, DJ.
You had a list, EJ?
That you
Of
wanted us
Topics that
to,
you wanted us to plow through, that we had questions?
Well, that was the big one. I think residential care homes is one that we want to probably tackle next.
I have some questions about the process because there's a goal HE 42 in the housing elements of Placer County plan that was passed by the Board of Supervisors. So in May of 2021, they said, yes, we passed this, this is the housing goal. And the goal requires us to do a zoning change amendment. I got that right? Okay. If we choose not to do that, then this goal will not be met, correct?
That's correct.
What is the consequence of this goal not being met?
I would have to defer to either Shauna or Clayton about that.
So, yeah, if the goal is not met, then what would be required would then be that the county would then have to go and amend its general plan to change that element, because any projects that are approved have to be consistent with the general plan, which includes the housing element. So you would be, I guess, in the event that we decided not to do this, or that the board decided not to do this, they would also need to then amend the housing element. And the housing element is signed off and approved by the state. Potentially, they may have questions or concerns about doing that, and I might point to Shauna if, in fact, I'm speaking off on that.
Good afternoon, Shauna Purvines. I'm Deputy Director for the Community Development Resources Agency, and I also head up the county's housing programs. Specifically to what would happen if at this time the county decided not to implement that goal, we would need to report that to the state. And as council has stated, we would need to amend our general plan or our housing element as zoning is required to be consistent with that. And then the state would essentially weigh in. And they could then reverse our certification of our housing element. In the event they do reverse our certification of the housing element, the county would no longer be eligible for a number of funding opportunities, including transportation, parks, and housing, as well as we would be then vulnerable to any type of challenges.
Do we meet our housing goals every year? We probably don't.
So the housing element is an 8-year program,
Right.
And has an implementation program that
Right.
goes out. We report annually to the state on our progress towards that implementation.
I'm just trying to figure out if we decide as a body that residential single-family home is not a place for residential care homes, for whatever reason, that we are jeopardizing something bigger that we aren't aware of. And you're saying the answer is yes.
Correct.
Okay. My other question is, as a part of the housing element, I had read that we were trying to get California Code, Section 51, the Civil Rights Act, to match up with the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and that this residential care home had something to do with that. Although not all residential care homes have residents who are persons with disabilities. For instance, juvenile delinquency residential care homes. We have a 6-bed one in our neighborhood. Same with foster children. They're not necessarily covered under the ADA. So I think those were tangled together in terms of what the supervisors passed, thinking that they had to do that. Am I wrong? Am I not getting this correct?
So the request to have this particular policy added into the housing element came directly from the Housing and Community Development, the State Department. And their reasoning for requesting this was in response to a recent bill in 2018, AB 686, the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Act, which further streamlined or implemented a much older act, which is the Fair Housing Act, or the Fair Employment and Housing Act under the state. And under that is the requirement to eliminate any type of discrimination or obstacles to individuals, particularly individuals within special classes, which would be many of those that you just answered, so seniors, disabilities, maybe foster youth, from segregation in any type of community. So that was their response to including that in. At the request, just a little bit of background, since I know we have a couple new members here that didn't have the benefit of the housing element. Yes, when it came through last year, at the request, when the state did request the county to include this policy, we did an analysis of all the other counties and how they address care homes in the state. We had 42 that we were able to get responses from. The other 12 either just did not address it at all in their ordinances or just were non-respondent. 66% of those respondents do allow care homes of 7+ in all of their residential zones with some type of use permit. So the request at that time was determined to not be something substantially out of conformance with the other jurisdictions, particularly the jurisdictions in the area.
Was there a maximum on that 7+?
No, no. So this was the information that was presented both to the Planning Commission and to the board. And the board at that time did decide to adopt this policy into it, and now, we are acting to implement that.
I have a question. Does the housing element for 7 or more, does it cap off on how many houses in a residential section you can have? Kind of like bees. Can we have 10 houses with 7 different people with these types of MUPs?
So there isn't a cap in the housing element. All of these are subject to a use permit, so that would be a discretionary review process that then you would evaluate those kinds of issues in making the determination of whether or not to grant the use permit for that specific residential care home.
But you're asking for a minor use permit, not a conditional use permit.
Zoning administrator.
Right, that's what the request is.
That's what the question.
Yeah, and that request is right out of that housing element policy, which actually states minor use permit.
Okay,
So,
that helps.
but what we're asking today is still at your discretion.
Okay.
So there is no limit to how many could be in a neighborhood unless it's not permitted by the MUPs. If they don't get a permit, they can't have it. So if he has one next door and I want to go put one in, I might not get one because there's already one there, for
There
example.
would be findings that would be made under the minor use permit.
Okay.
And these are businesses, by the way. These are, nonprofit and for-profit businesses that run these care homes in these communities.
Well, if they're not profit, how can it be for profit?
There are some that are for-profit. The juvenile probation homes,
Right?
I'm not gonna name the company, but they have several in
That's fine.
Rockland and Roseville.
Okay.
And they are for-profit. The state pays them and they house the juveniles because they're supposed to be out of the detention facility. I volunteer at them, so I'm really familiar with them. And they are in our
So-
neighborhoods now.
And
Which
those
is
are,
fine.
there's a little
There's
bit of a
six-
distinction
there are
in
6
those if
types.
it's a transitional home versus the full
Correct.
care home, but
Correct.
yes, yeah.
But they have.
Could you repeat that?
There's a slight difference in the law. This one is specifically dealing with care homes, so it's considered more of a permanent housing, where there is provisions in the law that particularly juvenile or transitional type housing, that is different. It's a whole separate law.
Except when they're duly diagnosed.
Correct.
So it could be the same population, but they have different labels. It's a very
But this is for
complicated.
healthcare, so that's.
It's not necessarily for healthcare. There's nothing that says it has to be
No.
for
Oh,
healthcare.
you're right. Sorry, I misread that. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Shauna, you made a reference to 66% when you were doing the housing element work of other counties. Could you explain that again?
So when the state directed to include this policy into the housing element as part of our discussions with the state to come to a final draft that could then go for approval, staff did a survey of all the counties in the state. We had 42 that responded. 66% of those all allow for care facilities or care homes of 7+ with some type of a use permit
Okay.
in all residential zones.
So what are the other 33% doing?
They allow them in some zones, and most of them are all within multifamily and single family.
Okay. And 12 were non-responsive.
Non-responsive and or just their code doesn't address care homes specifically in their code.
So there is no law whatsoever that requires us to put this in single family or res ag.
Unlike the law that specifically states the 6 or less, no. But there is now the affirmatively furthering fair housing that requires local jurisdictions to reduce those barriers and eliminate that segregation. And that is what the state has, why the state directed the county to include it as part of its housing element.
But that's,
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, but 33% of the counties in the state of California are not doing that, based on your last survey, and that excludes 12 others which did not respond.
And that was at that time. The new law went into effect in 2018, affirmatively furthering fair housing. We were our county was under the first round of housing elements to be required to be updated since that law was passed. So subsequently, we have the next rounds of housing elements throughout the state that are going through. And as we understand, the state HCD is requiring the other jurisdictions to either require some level of a use permit and or by right, as before they will find their housing elements consistent with
In
state law.
res ag or single family.
Well, not all jurisdictions have res ag, but they're requiring them in residential zones, particularly single family.
Okay. Is that law today? And, well, let's start there. Is that law today?
The affirmatively furthering fair housing? Yes.
No? Is it law that every county in the state of California must put these things in res ag or res?
And I can add to this, that the law that's in place prohibits discrimination in housing.
Right.
Which is somewhat separate from whether or not residential care homes and the appointment of them discriminate or not. Now that is a leap that HCD, Housing Community Development, has argued, but that is certainly something that's up for debate. And when HCD provided that argument, they cite to a City of Encinitas letter, but that City of Encinitas letter, in that instance, the city was restricting sober living facilities, which does have kind of a discriminatory impact. Our definition of residential care housing in Placer County does not have those kind of same discriminatory or specific characteristics that would require somebody to be in those houses. So from the county's perspective, residential care homes, limiting them is not a discriminatory action because residential care homes apply broadly to everybody.
And we have them currently. I think the issue is the 7+. They exist in our community. They're here now. That is, we are complying with the Fair Housing Act in that space. The question here is 7+, having a business, these are businesses, operate a business at any capacity they want. I think you said 42, 45, buy 10 homes on the block. That's what we're talking about. These exist, we are complying. It's the 7+ that we're having the conversation around, in my opinion.
Commissioner Dahlgren, I just want to know one potential solution for that your commission could recommend that staff places to the recommendation to the board is having a tiered structure such that minor use permit would be required for 7 to a range, like 7 to, whatever may be appropriate, and then a conditional use permit for, 25+. That is certainly one way that this could be addressed.
Or keep the conditional use permit for 7+.
So currently it's a minor use permit requirement and
For 6 or less.
No, for 6 or less, there is no permit requirement. They are treated as a single-family residential. For 7 or more, it's a minor use permit right now in RA, and we're proposing to eliminate it from RA and add it into RS.
Okay, so for RS, we don't have any type of permitting now.
Correct.
Okay, so we could make it a conditional use permit.
Yes, you certainly could.
Okay. That's all I need.
It's not even permitted in single family right now.
That's correct.
And it doesn't even, and 1/3 of the counties in the state of California, plus as many as 12 others, have already said that we're not going to do this in residential areas.
That's not my understanding, and that's not what Ms. Purvine said. She said that the housing element as adopted by the state, there are tiers to it. So Placer County was in that first tier of adopted housing elements. So there are other counties that are now being looked at. Am I characterizing that correctly? So it's not that those 33% or 12 counties said, no, we're not going to do it. It's my understanding those housing elements have not been reviewed by the state at this time, and there hasn't been a determination whether or not they are complying. Is that, okay.
Okay, well, I guess I'm not sure why we have to comply with this. I mean, I get it. All kinds of bad stuff could happen. We just went through the litany of stuff, as we always do, about all the bad stuff that could happen if we just don't do what the state says we think the state is going to say we're supposed to do. I would argue that this is bad policy, and it does not belong in single-family homes. I mean, single-family, we are basically rezoning every parcel in the state of, well, in Placer County to include homes with 25 people in them, or 20 people, or whatever the thing can accommodate, that parcel can accommodate. Now, I recognize that technically, it's not a rezoning. But as a matter of function, if you're living in a community and somebody decides, for example, the Del Oro, let's say that developer with 90 parcels that he's developing right now says, I can make a lot of money if I turn 10 of these parcels into group homes of 15 or 20 or 25. Basically, he has now doubled the population and the impact of that community. And the person who's going to make the determination as to whether that's a good idea or not is an unelected official and the zoning administrator.
Not necessarily, because there are circumstances where a project that has original jurisdiction at the zoning administrator, it may be appropriate for it to be heard before a larger body. If a project is very controversial or required an EIR, usually those are circumstances where it goes to the commission. In regards to, is this a rezoning of every single residential single-family parcel? I don't think that that's necessarily the case. We're proposing to add a new use into the residential single-family zone district, and it's important to note that there is a discretionary permit requirement with that. So in your scenario of the Rancho Del Oro developer, if he wanted to modify his use permit to put 25 homes that have 25 plus people, they would have to modify their use permit, go through discretionary review, and your body would make a determination whether or not that's appropriate or not. A major subdivision like that does not have original jurisdiction in the zoning administrator. In that particular scenario, it would go back to the planning commission.
Kelly and maybe Shauna, do we know if there's a need for larger care homes in single-family residential areas? Is this something that Placer, other than the state saying, hey, this needs to be a part of your housing element, make it a goal, do we know if there's a business need or?
So I can speak to this in part. There are a handful of residential care homes in the Granite Bay community that were originally in residential single-family zone districts, and they rezoned to RA to allow this use. And this matter came up a lot, was there's a lot of different care homes in our particular community. Is this really required? The pro formas for those various care homes demonstrated that there was a need, and I would wager that if a care home would not have a need or would not be generating a profit, they wouldn't be placing it in that particular location.
And the only reason I have a question on this is we do bring a lot of children up from the more expensive, more dense urban areas to house them here in Placer County because it is cheaper. And it does get them out of the element, especially a lot of kids that were former gang members. It does bring them here. It gets them out of their former element. We do have those homes here. They're doing a fantastic job. They are in the community, belong in the community. They're 6 or less. And so we are not a magnet necessarily, but we are a less expensive place for Los Angeles County, specifically San Diego County, some of the counties to bring their adjudicated minors here, Placer County, if you didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to occupy too much time here, but I do think that's a specific issue in Granite Bay. And it's a concern of a lot of residents. And frankly, I don't know why we would put these people, why we would put these homes in communities that are established. I mean, maybe Del Oro was a bad example. But I mean, if we all step back and ask ourselves, does this make sense? Does it really make sense to put a group home in a community in Granite Bay or any place else in Placer County?
Well, we have them now.
Right, but with 22 people in it?
No, I'm saying just so.
Well, that's what we're really addressing here. It's 7 plus. You know,
So then to our discretion, we could put a cap on how many people are in there, right? And would it also could be based on the size of a home? You're not going to put 12 people in a 3-bedroom, 1-bath house.
Well, I mean, what I would say, what's before the commission is, the proposal is to allow it in RS with the discretionary permit of a minor use, the discretion of a minor use permit. So the question, is that sufficient for this commission, or should it be a conditional use permit? But the details of that and whether it's appropriate in a neighborhood, those are things typically you analyze when you process a minor use permit or a conditional use permit, because really it is a case-by-case situation. It may not be in a, dense RS neighborhood. It may be in a much, large lot RS district. So I think it is going to be case by case, and you do want the commission or hearing officer to look at that specific case, because it may not be appropriate at all, or it may be, it may fit well within that community. So
The only challenge I have there is once you open this up 7+, then there's a magnet factor, because some of these businesses are getting $28,000 per month per minor, and they're looking for more places to bring the children here. There's a need for it. I'm not arguing that there's a need for it. I'm just saying when you open it 7+, that's a better return on investment, a better ROI. You can house more kids under a single roof. It becomes more economical for the vendor, the business, to bring those homes here. That's all I'm saying.
And then something to consider is, if you do not allow it in the RS, consistent with the housing element, the only other zone district that it's allowed in right now is residential multifamily and RA that we're removing.
And farm.
And farm. So,
Except we can continue with the 6-bed, which we have plenty of. We have not necessarily enough, but we can still continue 6-bed residential care facilities in residential neighborhoods. That doesn't change that.
That's correct.
Okay.
This is 7+. We could put this, though, in commercial or professional.
You could.
Correct? So do you have the backup charts that I asked you to put in there?
They should be.
If you can just go to the CUP discussion. CUP, I'm not going to dwell too much on this for you guys, but to me, this was helpful. Going through this was instructional to me. Many of you probably don't need this, but this is what the actual ordinances talk about with regards to minor use permit versus conditional use permit. So if you don't mind, just jump down to conditional use permit. Land uses that may be appropriate in a zone, depending on the design of the individual project and the characteristics of the proposed site, surroundings that may raise major issues or could create serious problems for adjoining properties, the surrounding area, and their populations. In my mind, this fits that definition much better than minor use permit. And so no matter what, at least if we have a CUP in place, then it's going to come here. And as EJ points out, we can go ahead and make individual decisions about these particular homes as they come into place. I'm not advocating discrimination in housing, but I am advocating sensible approaches here. And I think as it's currently laid out in the housing element, we've got a problem, or we're going to create problems. So CUP would be the minimum that I would go with on this. And then the second aspect of this is I will also encourage discussion, or perhaps maybe we've had enough of it, I don't know, but discussion about getting this out of single family and also out of res ag and to where it belongs. As my colleague points out, these are businesses. $28,000 per month per person, that's a business. Maybe a business I should be in. But professional or commercial makes a lot more sense to me than a single family home parcel.
So you scratched it from the RA, so they don't have to have a permit in RA? You could just do it without it?
It wouldn't be allowed in
Six
our.
or 6 or less?
6 or less,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. I would agree with you. I would see if we could change it to a CUP so it, it comes as an individual based, one-on-one project.
Would that meet within the housing elements guidelines, so we wouldn't have to redo it?
It wouldn't, because the housing element discusses a minor use permit. So perhaps, but one solution is a minor use permit for, say, 7 to maybe 15, and then a conditional use permit for 15+. That is certainly one pathway that you could recommend.
Or 7 to 10?
Or, right.
The average house is 3-bedroom, 2 baths, so there's 3 people to a room. That's a lot, 7 to 10.
Yeah, I mean.
They're building ADUs, the accessory dwelling
Yeah.
units, also on these properties, because it's allowable, so they can get more bed space and they can have staff, housing for staff, because it's usually 24/7 facilities that require staff to be on site. So there's many ways to get around that. I think the people number has to really be looked at, because we're talking about residential, single-family home neighborhoods.
But there's also a certain number where you have to have a on-staff person living there 24/7, and I believe that's 10. So, I mean, I'm in support of helping our community provide housing. I think that the larger amount of these types of uses are not-for-profits, struggling every single day to raise enough money to support, you know, someone coming into sobriety and needs a place to stay, or some foster kid transitioning out of foster housing, and more of it's gonna be not-for-profit. And I think if we just make from 7 to 10, for example, an MUP, because under 10, I think you don't have to have someone living there, and maybe we change how that works. And then anything over 10 is a CUP, and just work with it a little bit so the guidelines are fair and not restricting anyone from ever having that type of housing in their neighborhood. Again, I have like 4 in my neighborhood, and I live in a desirable place in Auburn, and there's 4 I drive by every day. I never have a problem. They're nice people. I talk with them. My dog loves them. I don't have a problem, but once in a while you do, and then that's what code enforcement's for. That's what the police department's for. And anyway, I'm gonna support anything you do that puts a little bit of restrictions and changes it from a MUP to a CUP without having to go back and revise our housing element and eliminate grant funding and funding that we should be able to get. And that's what I would support on this.
I agree that these are desperately needed facilities and that our neighborhood should support them. One of the challenges, and when you're not talking about a sober living house, you're talking about one with juveniles and minors, is that there are social workers coming back and forth, and CASA's coming back and forth, and there's a lot of traffic. There's teachers' aides. There is so much traffic and so little parking, and it's a daily issue. And we're talking about 6-bed facilities, and I'm in them, and so I'm very familiar with this. So if it's in my neighborhood, so I'm very familiar with it. That's why the conditional use permit, I think, is important. If you do have on-site staff that have to live in, which you do with minors, that doesn't count for the head count. So you're talking about, you know, 2 or 3 or 4. We have security, 5, 6 extra people and their cars that are also there 24/7. So it's such a different issue depending on the demographic of the person in the home. So I think a conditional use permit is the minimum we should do, because we're not saying what type of home.
And you're right, parking is always an issue on all of those that needs to be addressed. So you're not gonna get a 25-person unit in a 6-bedroom, 5-bath house, because there's not gonna be enough parking. So I think there's a solution that's gonna be a good, happy medium for everyone involved. And then there's gonna be those who just never want that type in their neighborhood. And, you know, that's not how we should be.
To be clear, if we make an adjustment of any kind to this language, we will still have to go back to the state. So if we put a CUP in here, we're gonna have to go to the state. If we make it an MUP to 10 or 9 and then 10 and more, we go back to the state. I personally do not believe that anything that Shauna said about potential consequences will ever happen to Placer County. We can work with the state on this. It's hyperbole. It's the kind of stuff that we get all the time to force us to make decisions that are not necessarily consistent with what makes sense. If we jump back on this, we need to control these things so that we understand what's happening. Nobody is saying we won't do this, but let's put this at the point where we can make these determinations rather than an unelected official, so that our supervisors understand what's happening in their neighborhoods. So if we put CUP restrictions on this, we go to the state and we say, hey, we're not telling you we're not going to do this. All we're saying is we want to put another level of control on this, such that each individual project that comes through, whether it's 8 or 80, can be looked at by people who are responsible to supervisors, who are responsible to the voters. who are ultimately going to make the determination as to whether or not that supervisor is still in place in the next couple of years. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know if we've really reached some kind of conclusion on this.
Can you repeat what we have to do with the housing element to not have not have to go back to the state?
If you had a minor use permit for 7 to, a range, like you mentioned, 10, I believe that would make it okay. It's still a minor use permit. And then have a conditional use permit for a higher range. The other thing I want to note too is, in addition to that, one thing that your commission could consider is.
Okay, I want to go back to that. I'm not sure we answered that question. So, I mean, the question is if the planning commission recommends changing from like a minor use permit to a conditional use permit, let's say the board supported that recommendation, what does that mean for a housing element? And I'm going to turn to you, Shauna, what is the process if our board so decides to make that change?
Well, Shauna, the goal says all residential care homes with 7 or more clients. That's the goal in the writing. So it would be not in compliance if we capped it in some capacity. Correct. It says all.
So in implementing this, and one of the things when I was chatting with Callie while you were deliberating, it's not just about the policy itself. You may be able to amend the actual requirements under the minor use permit and the CUP to address care facilities as well. So as part of that review, you would have those, say, controls or standards that needed to be met for that. So that can be part of this amendment as well. As far as if annually we report to the state, so this is an implementation measure. We report to the state what the county did, and the state at that point would respond back, and depending on if they felt it was met the spirit and intent of what they were trying to reach, they might sign it off. If they didn't, we would probably hear from their council.
Yeah, we would have to evaluate this further. I think there is a significant risk too. If you take forward this zoning text amendment to the board has to make a determination that zoning text amendment is in compliance with the Placer County General Plan. So you might have a question that the board would have to take tentative action on the code amendment, or hold off on any code amendment until we had a general plan amendment in place as well.
Yeah. As a point of process, if we, as a commission, vote no, it goes to the supervisors. The supervisors could say yes because it goes with their plan that they approved. Okay. So it goes back to the elected officials, if that's what we choose.
Yeah, so you're making a recommendation, and
To
you
them.
can certainly provide a recommendation to the board that indicates something along the lines of what's been discussed: residential care homes with the minor use permit for 7 to 10 clients, conditional use permit for 11 plus. And then it would ultimately be the board's call as to whether or not they wanted to then move forward and modify the general plan, or keep with the housing element and reject the planning commission's
Or
recommendation.
no changes to the current zoning regulation that doesn't allow for 7 or more in a residential area could also be a recommendation, even knowing that it goes against the goal and the housing element that was dictated by the state.
Yes, that could also be a recommendation. And staff would be presenting that then with your recommendation and also the next steps in terms of needing a general plan amendment to go with it.
So what do we want?
I guess I'm not clear on what we're doing here, folks.
So
I was just asking what's possible.
So he laid out the possibilities. Now it's for us, our discretion, to give a recommendation to staff to go forward with it to the board. So do we want to limit it to 7 to 10? Do we want to not have it at all? I guess we have to make a motion on that. Yeah.
And you were talking about a conditional use permit, right?
Well, first, it's to move the approved use to a different zoning to residential. So do we support that? If we do, I'm hearing, 25, that's a huge number. I'm hearing from you, if we say from 7 to 10, a minor use permit, we have no problems with our housing element.
That's, yeah, that's correct.
Even though the goal says all.
Well, sorry. We would still report to the state.
And
So
the
it looks
state
like they're
may
making-
come back and they may say, no, you go revise it again. But most likely, they'll probably go, okay, that's great. Maybe. Or next year, they'll have a new plan for us. And so it is what it is. And then, and from 10 plus, it's a conditional use permit. And then, but I don't know that the entire commission is in support of something like that. That's what I would recommend we move forward with in this particular part. And if we're gonna go for the whole gamut, regarding the max, I'm clear with the word changing and supporting that and recommending that to go towards the Board of Supervisors. And I think those were our two big topics we've talked about for 2
And we have
hours
one
now.
more.
So far, we got a lot to go.
My suggestion would be, since you have some different topics here, to maybe to take motions on each one.
Right, if I could just say this, I would be very comfortable with a minor use permit if this was not in residential or residential ag. In other words, so if we move that, if we decide to do that and we moved it to professional, I would take the recommendation of staff, Sean or whomever, and moved it to, tried to do it in professional or in commercial, make it a minor use permit. I'm good with that because frankly, I'm pretty comfortable with it.
Should we be making a motion on each of these and
Yeah.
making it separate decisions?
Yeah, so at some point, you will need a motion to find out where the majority is on this. And that's, I see a couple proposals here, one being to not allow residential care homes in residential single-family zones or residential agricultural zones. That could be one proposal. Another one could be to allow it, to allow residential care homes in residential single-family, subject to the conditions of a minor use permit for 7 to 10 and a conditional use permit for 11 plus. And I think it's hard to tell where the majority is on this. I definitely feel like if there is one of those items that you're suggesting, someone should make a motion. We could see where the numbers are.
I'm looking for a motion here, because we can keep discussing this.
I just have one more comment,
Okay.
because he asked about putting it in a commercial zone. Would the state even allow that if we tried to do that, put it in non-residential and put residents in a commercial building?
Isn't there multifamily commercial zone?
It currently is allowed in multifamily. So you can, yes, so this is just addressing the single family zone. It's not directing any other, zones
Okay.
that we require. So if you wanted to, wherever residential is allowed, so you would want to make sure you're picking those
Thank
zones
you.
where the residential is allowed.
Okay, so I'll make a motion, and we'll let the chips fall where they fall. The first motion then would be, I move that we, and I'm undoubtedly gonna get this incorrect or poorly worded, but I move that we amend the recommendation as brought forward by staff and replace it with a requirement that single-family, or I should say, that group homes of 7 plus will be placed in areas that are zoned for professional office or commercial, as opposed to
But they aren't
as
allowed.
currently proposed. As opposed to as currently proposed.
Is there a second?
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is amend the recommendation as brought forward by staff and replace with a requirement that residential care homes with 7 or more clients shall be placed in areas zoned for professional office and commercial as opposed to residential single family.
Correct.
Is that with an entitlement, with a minor use permit or conditional use permit?
Yeah, I was gonna get to that
Or
later,
permitted.
but-
So there are some CEQA implications here when you add a use to a zone district. If there is no subsequent entitlement, I don't believe we have the,
Right, you would,
environmental document to do that.
if you're allowing it by right, you have a potential environmental implication. So if you're moving it to a zone district, you would want to have some sort of use permit.
And personally, I'm comfortable with a minor use permit if we move in this direction.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that. I'll second that.
Okay, You got that?
I do. I can read it again
Okay.
if you like.
Well,
And-
yeah, go ahead and read it again.
Okay,
You want to do the roll call?
before the roll
Oh,
call,
you
read it
can,
again?
you can read it to us before we vote.
Amend the recommendation as brought forward and replace with a requirement that residential care homes with 7 or more clients shall be placed in areas zoned for professional office and commercial, as opposed to residential single-family with approval of a minor use permit.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
I have a first from Commissioner Woodward and a second from Commissioner DiMattei. Commissioner Powers,
Nay.
Commissioner Johnson,
no,
Commissioner Woodward,
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei,
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren.
Yes.
Thank you.
okay. Okay, another area where this is probably a minor question here, but there's a area here that's talking about antennas. And it really reduces the level of scrutiny from a conditional use permit down to a minor use permit. And I'm just reflecting back that we have looked at these cell towers, and I presume that's what this is talking about is. We looked at these cell towers as a commercial use permit, or, CUP before, and oftentimes they get a little bit controversial. We also normally put a requirement in there that they, when they're through with it, they take it down. And so at any rate, we did have a proposal down by Ophir a while back, and we went ahead with it, and the supervisors said no. And so it seems like we may be heading in a different direction than the supervisors were headed with this in the past.
Before we get too much further into this discussion, I do want to clarify that we're not eliminating a use permit requirement that was there. So what occurred was in the 2020 zoning tax amendments that were brought forward, there was an error for all intents and purposes that struck out a conditional use permit. There's never been a conditional use permit requirement historically, and the proposal is to clarify that as well as add an administrative approval requirement for cell towers. So we're not necessarily getting rid of the conditional use permit requirement because it was never supposed to be there. We were clarifying that that was an error that was inadvertently left in with the 2020 zoning text amendments.
Okay, well, I guess it's not a big deal, but it seems like it's giving the authority for these things to a staff person without the requirement that have a public hearing with the planning commission.
And where are we talking cellular facilities that are not visually obtrusive? Is that the section where?
Yes, it's in the, under 17.56.060, subsection B, the permit table. Yes, thank you, please.
Oh, I see what you're looking at, okay.
And it should be noted that for the administrative approval, that's for antennas which are not visually obtrusive. And subsection 3, freestanding cellular communication towers not meeting the criteria of a microcell cellular facility, nor meeting the criteria of section 17.56.060F, for antennas which are not visually obtrusive are subject to approval of a minor use permit. Examples include, but are not limited to, cellular monopoles and lattice towers. So it's really clarifying that requirement.
Yeah, for the chair, I also recall that. I'm pretty confident that was an obtrusive antenna. We made a recommendation and the board overturned our recommendation, but I think that was that one that was pretty obtrusive. In fact, I think Mr. DiMattei actually went out there and took a look at it as well on that one, but I think that's the difference. These are all unobtrusive or equipment. what we're talking about, ground equipment, right?
Right. But if it was found to be visually obtrusive, they have to get a minor use permit.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that one was a minor use permit that then got appealed to the planning commission and then appealed to the board. Which, either way, you'd still have those appeal rights, whether it's a minor use permit or conditional use permit. It would still appeal and work its way up. There is always the issue with wireless communication facilities. They are subject to federal requirements, which put limitations on approval times and as well as the administrative process, that local hearing process. So just given that timeline, it may shorten or require modifications to our appeal process because federal law overrules our local process.
Okay.
I just had one other concern about your corner fencing. For your triangle.
My clear view triangle.
So, yeah, the visibility is a huge issue all the time, but if there's just a fence there, what is gonna be in that gray area inside the black line? Is that gonna be landscaping, and who would maintain that so now the vegetation doesn't grow, so there's not a visibility problem?
So it's on, in this scenario, this is a private property, so that area, it's still part of the private property. If they did have vegetation that was becoming overgrown and becoming a site distance issue, they could contact Public Works, and then there's a process to address that. That's something that happens all the time, regardless of this clear view triangle being established or not.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. We lost 2 commissioners.
I guess we'll take a little break here.
They vanished. Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Okay, well, we'll wait for one person to get max so we have a quorum.
I got it. Just so for reference, we've made one motion with respect to the residential care homes. We will need some sort of, I guess, blanket recommendation with that motion included as part of your decision whether or not to approve this package or deny it.
So we'd have to make a recommendation that we approve this package with the amendment that we already approved, or correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Didn't we adjust language associated with the, or is that just administrative in nature?
So there was discussion about adjusting language with respect to that noticing for MAC meetings. We haven't taken a motion or made any formal action on that. So if there is an interest in doing that, we would need a formal motion.
Yeah, I think we all agreed, including EJ, that we needed to change that language. Is there no provision for administrative changes, or do we actually need to?
I thought we agreed that it would be rewritten and come back to us, or is that not how I understood it?
I do have suggested language that I can share with the commissioners.
We would need a motion on it.
Let's do that.
So I will hand out the, based on the comments, the language, and take a review, and then we'll see if we have to come back to it.
Thank you.
So if this language is acceptable, I'd ask that we read it into the record, and also then we would need a motion.
So it is for this here.
Looks good to me. So, Mr. Chair, then we make a motion that we approve this item 6.
Okay, is that your
as-
motion?
As stated?
Actually, is there a second?
We actually have some other tweaks we're working on right now, if you could give us just one more minute.
Do we want to move on to a different topic or
No, we're gonna make a motion and act on it.
wait for this?
He's redoing something,
Yeah, I noticed, yeah.
but there's nothing else we wanna talk about in the meantime, while we're just sitting, correct? We're
Well,
good with
no.
everything else?
No, well, there's,
Check my
well, I would
notes.
like to, if the chair wants to, I mean, I'm willing to bring up a different topic, which is associated with the extensions, believe it or not. Seems relatively benign, but I do have some, I'm curious about why we're doing what we're doing there.
Okay,
This one here, the extensions of time?
Yes,
is it something in this package, or?
Yes.
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
And you're asking why we're changing this?
Right, so
Yeah.
if we want to move on to this topic, I'm just curious about, this seems relatively benign, I freely admit that, but what is the real point here? Because in the language in the package, you discussed that you want to try to move this to the hearing body, but there's really not a lot of substance to the discussion about why that is.
So it's really to free up important matters for the board and the planning commission. This is really for those one-off where something was initially approved by a zoning administrator or a planning commission, it was appealed to the board. The current language says that the extension has to be approved by the hearing body that took action. So if a project was appealed that had original jurisdiction at the ZA or the planning commission, because it got appealed to the board, if that project needed an extension of time, it would have to go back to the board, and then the board would have to use their precious time to consider an extension of time, which is usually something that's placed on consent at the zoning administrator hearing. So that's really what the intent is. It's that when a project is seeking an extension of time, it goes back to the hearing body that has original jurisdiction over the entitlement and not necessarily the hearing body that had the final approval.
Okay. I have 3 paragraphs on this, but you'll be grateful to know that I'm just gonna ignore it.
I noticed that you changed it from 500 employees to 300 people.
Correct. So the language, so this is the language that was intended originally. So that is something that was not presented to the commission, so that's something and that's employees.
Well, it says, the new copy says 300 people, so do they not have to be employees of that, but they're affected by that project?
No, it should be employees.
Okay.
Well, wait.
And
Sorry, it's saying for a project that affects more than 300 people.
Right, well, before it said
it was 500
500
employees.
acres
Yeah.
and or requires more than 500 employees, or now it's 50 acres and or affecting more than 300 people.
Right, we need to correct that at the discretion of your commission. It is referencing employees.
Not people, so that should be changed to employees.
And then, go ahead.
I know it's lengthy, but I would suggest, since we've made some revisions to this, that we read in the proposed language into the record, just to make sure we're all on the same page.
Right. That's why before I say anything, I want to clarify the differences in numbers and differences in language between
No,
people.
that's a great catch. This was drafted while all the discussion
While you
was
were
going on,
sitting.
so it's
So
hard enough to
should
draft
it
it
sit-
when you don't have the discussion.
So it says in parentheses, 300 people, so should it be 500?
It's 500 employees.
So scratch 300 and put 500 employees. It's the only thing I'm good at so far. Also, you said, consultation with affected districts or, oh, I'm sorry, I'm skipping lines on myself, I'm dyslexic, hold on. Yeah, it says, affecting more than 300 employees, where before it says requires more than 500 employees. So whether it affects all 500 or more, or whether it's required that they have 500 or more. It says 50 acres and or requires in the previous
I would
one.
say, or I think requiring is a good word to put in there.
Instead of affecting, because it may not affect all 500, but it may, it's required to have that, right? So in the new language, affecting should be required.
Yeah, and as we talk through these changes, I'll read it in its entirety when we're done. And then the question, I'll go back to the 500 employees. Internally, staff did have the discussion about whether a 300 employee business that could be substantial itself, and I think that's why we originally talked about that.
That's
internally.
pretty big. I mean, I don't see why it can be changed to 300 instead of 500.
Yeah.
So I would leave it.
Staff would support that.
I would leave it at 300. So leave that to 300.
And then there was also the discussion about any private project, and I would add language in there, say any project not subject to section 176090B1. That's the section that refers to the county initiated projects. So anything outside of that would have to.
So it could be a county project or a private project.
Right.
So if you take out private project, then it's
Yep.
encompasses everything.
Yep.
Okay.
So I think I feel comfortable with the language. If you guys are ready for me to read it into the record.
Absolutely.
So the language for what are we? We're at what section are we in, Clayton?
Section.
Help me out here.
17-60140, and this is A6.
And the language proposed would read as follows. Municipal advisory councils and other public meetings. Any project application not subject to section 17.60.090B1 that requires a public hearing before the planning commission shall first be submitted to any local municipal advisory council whose boundaries encompass the project area. The planning department shall transmit a copy of the project application to the appropriate MAC and shall request the MAC's general review and comment. For a private project affecting a large geographical area, as example, affecting more than one MAC boundary, encompassing an area larger than 50 acres, and or requiring more than 300 employees, the planning director, in consultation with the affected district supervisor, may determine a town hall or similar meeting venue be held in addition to or as an alternative to a MAC meeting. Notice of the meeting venue will be in compliance with the Brown Act. No private project shall be invalid in the event it is not for any reason reviewed by the Municipal Advisory Council or reviewed in a public meeting prior to the hearing by the Planning Commission. See section, or see 17.60.090B1 for noticing requirements for county initiated projects.
I'll make that motion.
So we're leaving the word private in?
No.
No, delete that, so it says any project.
Two places?
Yes.
Okay.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
The second was.
Me.
We have me.
Me, that guy. Mini me.
I have a first from Commissioner Powers and a second from Commissioner DiMattei. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now do we need to vote on the whole package?
If there aren't any changes, then we would need a motion to recommend to the supervisors the the ordinance based on the motions already adopted and the edits already asked for by the commission.
Can I ask a clarification question? If my answer was no to the 7+ units, and then I'm being asked to approve this in totality, I should vote no.
And in that instance, yeah, if you wanted to keep that original your decision, the
vote no
original
on that
motion,
one?
then yes, you would carry the no through.
Yeah, so did you.
Oh, we had a split vote. No, we didn't, okay.
It passed, we didn't have a split vote.
Yeah, okay. And so,
So I can restate that if that's where we're headed. The motion would be to forward a recommendation of the Board of Supervisors to adopt an ordinance contained in the staff report based on the modifications identified in the earlier motions made by this commission.
So someone needs to make that motion.
I will make that motion.
Seconded.
I have a first from Commissioner DiMattei and a second from Commissioner Woodward. Commissioner Powers,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
yes,
Commissioner Woodward,
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei,
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren.
Yes.
Thank you.
And there's one last motion, and that's to find those proposed zoning text amendments exempt under the general rule of CEQA, and that's a recommendation to the board.
I will make that recommendation.
Second.
I have a first from Commissioner DiMattei and a second from Commissioner Woodward. Commissioner Powers,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
no,
Commissioner Woodward,
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei,
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think that's everything for this item.
okay. Okay, so, do we need to take a break?
I need a nap.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
I'm good, I don't, I'm good.
and actually before Marina starts, I'd like to just take a minute to fill all of you in on the process. Last nuisance abatement we had was, I think, March of this year. We've had some new commissioners since then, and we just don't see a whole lot of them on an annual basis. So I wanted to walk through that process because it is a little different. So this is an enforcement hearing, which means you're going to be hearing sworn testimony by witnesses. You're also going to be considering evidence concerning the conditions around the abatement of the nuisance. Any factual witnesses are going to be placed under oath at the beginning of the meeting. And for all witnesses, there is a cross-examination right by both the property owner and by county staff. Once all that information is provided, you're going to be asked to deliberate on the evidence and make findings that support whatever action you decide to take. That means you've got to weigh the credibility of witnesses as well as the credibility of any evidence that you're provided. And just in reference to that, I wanted to read in the standard jury instructions that go to credibility of witness because I feel like it might be helpful for purposes of that evaluation. In deciding whether to believe a witness's testimony, you may consider, among other factors, the following. How well did the witness see, hear, or otherwise sense what the witness described in court? How well did the witness remember and describe what happened? How did the witness look, act, and speak while testifying? Did the witness have a reason to say something that was not true? For example, did the witness show any bias or prejudice or have a personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the case or have a personal stake in how this case is decided? What was the witness's attitude toward this case or about giving testimony? So that's the information that you need to evaluate. At the conclusion of the hearing, you're going to be asked to make findings and issue an order. If you do issue that order, it will need to be signed and dated by the chairperson after this hearing and will have the similar force and effect as a court order. Do you have any questions about any of that? Okay. That being said, at this point, I'll ask the Planning Commission clerk to then swear in all factual witnesses for this matter.
Anyone giving testimony today on this matter must do so under oath. If you intend to give testimony on this matter, please stand now and raise your right hand.
So, yes, if you're going to be a factual witness to provide something, then you should stand and take the oath.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please state, "I do" now.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
And just so everyone's aware of the process, first the code compliance officer is going to present the case. Then the property owner or affected person will present their case. And then for all witnesses, once they speak, there is a right of cross-examination by both the property owner and county staff. After that point, then you would take public comment and close the public hearing, then do deliberation, and then make a motion for the order.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Marina Howdeggy with Code Compliance, and I'm here to present a case for an abatement order at a property on Lowell Street in Alberta, California. The property is 2.5 acres. It's a vacant parcel, and it's located in the southern portion of Placer County near the Sacramento County line, and it's owned by a Margaret and Arthur Stone. Here's the aerial view. There is no primary residence on the property. It's a vacant parcel. And here's the site condition at the time when I took this photo from Lowell Street. So the case was initiated when a complaint was submitted to Code Compliance in July of 2019. The property is currently being used as a storage yard as well as being occupied by a number of people in trailers and tents. Storage on the property includes various vehicles, travel trailers, a school bus, lawnmowers, tires, vehicle parts, scrap wood, scrap metal, miscellaneous, and other miscellaneous debris. Over the course of 3 years, Code Compliance has attempted to work with the property owners towards compliance. We have sent notices, taken the case through 2 administrative hearings, and have had a number of conversations with the owners with very little improvement to the property.
Only as recently as last month, the owners have made some progress at clearing the property, and the county hopes to obtain an abatement order to ensure that the owners continue to clear and improve the parcel. The violations are as follows. 1756-080A for incidental camping, the use of tents, trailers, recreational vehicles, other mobile camping equipment on the property is not allowed. Storage as a principal use, because there's no primary residence, there's no right for storage on the parcel at this time. And then solid waste management practices, because of the people camping on the property. It's unlawful for the property owner to allow accumulation of solid or liquid waste on the property. And because of the people kind of coming and going, there isn't an established utilities and no accounting for where that solid waste is being deposited on the property. So this was August of 2019. And in the beginning of the case, there were a lot of mobile homes and mobile trailers, several of which at the time were occupied. You could see just the amount of vehicles. There's a boat there, trash and debris, tires. At this time in September 2020, there was a gentleman living in this RV at the time. And then this RV behind her was just filled with trash. September 2020, again, you could just see the condition of the property. There was at one point somebody also living in this trailer. So this was after a fire that was in July of 2021. The front trailer that was right here had exploded and burned, and then it kind of continued to burn a little bit of the remainder of the front property and actually some of the properties across the street as well. Here's a closer view of the burned trailer. And there is a school bus that wasn't there prior, and then I went out and the school bus just kind of showed up. Again, July last year, more vehicles. You could kind of see how the transition of the vehicles were coming and going. This is the farther part of the rear of the property at the time last year. And there's a tent that was set up at that time. Power cord right here, and I think that was a freezer or a refrigerator of some kind. This was beginning of the year. So there was some progress starting to be made slowly, but they were trying to get some stuff out of there. And this was one of the trailers that was burned up that remained. Again, it's January, it's kind of hard to see. And here we go, March. This was the last time I made contact with the property owner on site, Mr. Arthur Stone. At the time, he was staying in this school bus. That was the last time I spoke with him. He never had any aggression. He did seem to understand the situation, and I don't know if he just didn't have the means or desire to want to clean it, but I knew he attempted to try to do his part. And this was June 27th. So I was told on June 20th that Mr. Art Stone had passed away. And so when I went out there on the 27th, one of his daughters, Tanya, was there, and they had made some pretty good progress as far as clearing some of the debris. This trailer was full of debris. The school bus was pulled out. Boat was, pulled out. Cars were getting out of there. This is actually somebody's trying to help get some of this stuff out of there. So at this time, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission take the following actions and approve the issuance of an abatement order supported by the findings contained in the staff report. Order an abatement pursuant to the conditions contained in the staff report and authorize the chair of the Planning Commission to sign the abatement order at this time. Any questions? Or?
So this would first be questions by the commission, then questions by the property owner if they're present. So just so you're aware of the process.
Board?
So right now, this would be the time for questions of county staffs based on their presentation, and then you will also have an opportunity to present your whole case later.
Okay.
So if you
Margaret Stone.
Okay, yeah, speak in the microphone so we can clearly hear
Margaret
you.
Stone.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Do you have any questions of staff?
I don't have any questions. I can just say that I thought I was divorced, but I wasn't. And with regards to the property, he was always saying he was going to do it. I've been up in Amador County. I paid all the taxes in all these years. I made sure that the taxes didn't go anywhere, and now he's gone, and so now I'm like, my kids are helping me, trying to get stuff out, and gonna sell it, you know? So I have a hard time going out there, but the heat, there's no shade, there's no anything, you know? I'm a little older when I get out in the sun, so my kids have been very valuable to it. This one back here, but they've made quite a bit. We've got an outhouse out there now. We have a dumpster that's coming today, or we don't know if it's arrived yet, but it was due to come today or tomorrow. So we've made quite a few dump runs. Like I said, he just passed. He passed in June. Took a little while to kind of get over there and figure out what we were going to do, but we are moving forward as quick as we can, and maybe an extension, you know, a few more months, or I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just knowing I want to get it clean and sold.
I do notice that with this potential order, that it gives you 30 days.
Well, yeah, I know it gives us 30 days, so I don't know, you know.
Gives you 30 days to complete the cleanup of the property.
I'm going to do my best. I mean, even just like getting the dumpster, how long did it take to get the dumpster out there? Like 3 weeks to even be delivered, you know, the resources to.
Okay. Would your daughter like to speak? And I guess it sounds like she's the one that's in the process now.
Yeah, she's the one that's been out there, and should I step down?
You're welcome to come forward.
So I'm Tammy Del Rio. Since my dad passed, we have removed approximately 4 tons of metal and have done, I believe, 3 trips to the dumpster. We're only available to work out there on the weekends. We would greatly like to have an extension. I don't know that we'll be able to complete it in 30 days, but I do believe we will be able to make a significant difference in 30 days from those photos. I would just like to close this chapter for my mom. So it is very messy out there, so finding resources and the money to properly dispose of the things that are out there are going to take some time. He's lived out there for 20 plus years in that situation. So there's always things that, you know, as we open containers, you know, we have to figure out what's in there. Like there's motor oil, it's all like vehicle recycling stuff. So it's not stuff you can just load into a dumpster and take it away. There's probably at least 100 tires out there that we have to dispose of. So a lot of it is, you know, needing the time to get the funds together to properly dispose of those things.
Have you hired anybody to help you, or you're doing it yourself?
I'm out there doing it myself.
Okay.
Have you considered selling the property as is and having the new owner dispose of the items, since it's a seller's market?
We actually have consulted a realtor who recommended not doing that, that they felt that it would be far beneficial to do the cleanup and sell it after the property has been cleaned up.
Right, you would obviously get more money from the sale, however, you could manage it.
Certainly.
It's an option.
Yeah, that would be the decision of my mom. I don't own the property.
Do you believe you have the resources based on what you see out there to, by that I mean financial resources, to accomplish what needs to be done?
I do not believe I have the resources to accomplish it in 30 days.
Right. So how much time will it take for you to accumulate the resources to?
Our goal is to have it cleaned off in the next, 2 to 3 months. I mean, we are out there every weekend, as much, Saturdays, and I work full time, so we've been out there every weekend since he passed away. He passed away on June 7th, so I've been out there every weekend working since then.
May I ask your mom a question? You mentioned that you thought you were divorced and found out you weren't, so have you had anything to do with this property since the violations started coming through in 2019?
I did I would get the notices because it comes to my address up there, because there's no address out there. And I would go out and he'd say, I'm working on it, and I would see a little bit of improvement, but then the next thing I'm seeing is there was more people. It was like a tide. It would go out, and the next time you go out there, the tide would be out. And it's like.
And is anyone living on the property now, or?
I believe that my daughter is still out there, but she's not there all the time, and I'm trying to get her off too, but she has also been a primary cleaner. She's not just like living out there. She's been working and getting stuff in piles and, figuring out. Like we said, we have the dumpster, so we got, we're trying to get it organized so that we know, like this pile over here, everything is just we're gonna get a backhoe or something and just in the dumpster.
So ever since it came to your attention and your husband passed, you and your daughters have been cleaning up every single weekend?
I haven't been out there every weekend. My daughters have been. Like I said, I'm up in Amador. I had a couple of problems with my car that I needed to fix before I could drive all the way down. And yes, I go out there, but not as often as I should, but I can't handle the heat anymore. I'm a little.
And you think it'll take maybe 90 days?
Well, I think that 90 days, we could probably get quite a bit of it done. There is one, what's that big trailer? It's a single wide trailer, and that one there is, I don't think the tow thing is on there, so that we might have to get some kind of a professional.
Call Cars for Cash or RVs for Cash. They'll take it away the next day.
RVs for cash?
Yeah, Cars for Cash, or, donating it. And they'll come. A not-for-profit will come and get it off your hands.
It just, well, I don't know, it's pretty run down.
They don't care.
They don't care. Well, that's good to know.
Anyway, thanks. Thanks for your questions.
Yeah, so you're aware what the consequences would be if this order was approved?
I guess I would probably have to pay a fee for what they do. I don't know. No, I'm not aware.
Okay, well, maybe staff can help. Yeah, I think you're asking staff to answer that question.
And I can answer it. So if the order is issued today that's a order of abatement, then that means you'd have, right now the order states 30 days, but you'd have that amount of time to clean it up. If it's not cleaned up by then the county will pay somebody to go out there and clean it up, and then we'll potentially put a lien on your property for the amount that cleanup cost requires.
Okay.
So that's what the commission is evaluating today, is whether or not to issue that order. And if they do, that starts that whole process.
I mean, I would appreciate any kind of extension I can get, because like I said, you know, we are working on it, and now we have that dumpster, so now we can put stuff somewhere, have somebody come move it, instead of just moving it around. Didn't make any, you know, there were certain things that we had, you know, okay, we know this, we know this, we know this, but there was no sense in, there's so much, there was no sense in putting it in paper, you know, plastic black bags that we're just gonna be moving from place to place to place. You know, we need the backhoe, let's get it in the dumpster.
You have a backhoe out there, you say?
I believe we have use of a backhoe. Come out and help.
Okay.
For council, so what does an extension look like? I mean, we literally can extend this 4 months if we chose to in this decision?
Yeah, so you've got a few options. Right now, the order calls for 30 days. You can extend that time. You can make it 60 days, 90 days. You can decline to issue the order. You can continue this hearing. Those are all potential options.
I have a question for staff. Marina, were you aware that there was someone living on the property still, her daughter?
Yes, yes.
What was that?
Her daughter still is living on the property.
Tanya.
It's not happened.
There's now, you said toilets out there, so there is facilities?
Yes, we've moved a porta potty. We brought a porta potty out.
So with that being out there, is that now considered adequate for her to stay there and help clean up, or does she still need to be removed from the property?
I mean, technically, she shouldn't be living on the property, but, you know, at this point, in order for us to, you know, forcibly remove her, we'd have to get a warrant and get an order. So, we've been trying to work with them, work with the owners, Tanya, and, you know, even if we get the order today for 30 days, I mean, we could work with them as far as making sure that that progress is moving forward and Tanya finds a place to reside and get off the property.
No, it does take a long time to clean up. I have purchased a piece of property that didn't have this much stuff on it, but it took me, and I had the resources, probably 10 months to get it cleaned up. And you have to separate it because some of it's oil and what have you. So
One option, if the commission so chooses, is you can continue this for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, in which case then we would all come back and then get an update on the status of where things are, and then you could decide whether you want to issue the order at that point. But also something to be aware of, there is a staff time component of this. I mean, by the time that it gets to this process, staff is underwent a significant amount of time to get it here.
As we've done before, would it be something to consider, I mean, even if we get the order today, I mean, staff has a discretion to kind of work with the property owner still, correct?
Yeah, so the way the order is set up is that after the 30-day period expires, then the code compliance officer is empowered and authorized to abate the nuisance. So it's not a mandatory, but it gives them full authority to then eliminate the nuisance by sending somebody out there to clean it up.
So it gives you the teeth to make sure that progress is being made.
And that's kind of what we're just looking for.
Even though if the 30 days expires, you still have leniency, you just want to make sure the progress is being made. And
Correct.
this order will help you do that.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
But after 30 days, then they have the right to clean it up. Well, the county goes in and cleans it up, and then they put a lien on the property. So if we extend that to 90 days, perhaps, say, then that gives them an extra 60 days to get it cleaned up without the county enforcing this
What we traditionally do or have done in the past is, like, even after the 30 days, we'll go back and inspect and kind of evaluate the condition and see how much progress is made. If we feel that there's been like a pretty good progress, we'll follow up in another 30 days. But the order is usually, the abatement order is usually like a last resort type of thing. If there's, we want to have that in place just in case, something happens and they just abandon the property. But as long as we see progress and see that stuff is moving forward. We give people time. We'll just keep following up every month just to make sure that things are still coming, or leaving the property and not coming back on the property.
So in a situation like this where you see progress in the past, has it been where you've had to extend it maybe 30 days and it's fine?
Yes, yes.
I remember there has been a time where we actually extended it beyond 30 days a few years ago on one parcel. And I think what we were evaluating then is just the challenge that the property owner was up against.
Yes.
And it made sense, but a few of the other ones we haven't. We've held them right to 30 days.
It's always a case-by-case basis depending on the attitude of the property owners. And, obviously that changed June of this year when, Mr. Stone passed away, unfortunately. And, he was kind of the one who kind of would try to get things done and then bring more stuff in, and people he knew would come and bring things to the property. So I think now with Margaret and Tammy in control, I think things will be moving forward a little bit better.
Okay. And I did hear the daughter say that your target is 90 days, 3 months?
Ideally, yes, as long as we can get things to where they need to be. That's
Yeah, you're going to have to speak in the microphone.
Sorry about that. So yeah, that is the goal, pretty aggressive goal, to have it cleaned up hopefully within 90 days. There are potential barriers related to those, like things that would be considered like a hazardous waste, like tires, things like that. Just understanding where we go, how we dispose of those. We're still doing a lot of research in that way. So like calling places for the vehicles to see if we can somehow donate them. There's a lot of there's a lot of stuff out there. So the vehicles that are out there, we've found no documentation on them right now. And we can't do anything with DMV without his death certificate. That's still held up. The county hasn't provided his death certificate yet. So we can't even move forward with like trying to dispose of vehicles and stuff because we have no paperwork on them. And my mom would have to have his death certificate to take it to DMV to kind of gain possession of the vehicles that are out there. So there's a lot of stuff to, we have to deal with DMV and all these kinds of things. So it just is really however long those kinds of things take.
Okay. Well, you understand that if we look at extending the time, that you would have to show diligence. You'd have to show that you're working on it actually very hard.
Absolutely, yeah. And if there's specific items that you guys want, like, that if we can focus on certain things. I mean, when I found the letter, I reached out to Maria and said, what do you guys need to see before the hearing to kind of see that we've made progress? And she said, we just need to see that there is progress being made. And so when I first went out there and we were just doing like truckloads to the dump, I'm like, we're gonna be here for 10 years taking a truckload at a time. So that's when we started looking into the dumpster option and trying to reach out to friends for like heavy equipment to come out there and really start helping move that stuff around. So we are tentative to have a backhoe or something out there this Saturday since we have the dumpster out there. So
What is that, a friend that's got a backhoe that will share?
Exactly. I have access to quite a few pieces of heavy equipment, but it is just about the availability if they're being used for a paying job on the weekend versus if they can come donate their time on that weekend. So as of right now, I have one set for this Saturday, and I do anticipate a huge, I hope to fill that 40-yard dumpster this Saturday. So.
Yeah, and you understand the consequences if the order's issued today?
Absolutely. This is why we were hoping to not have that issued today and have some sort of extension that would hopefully we could meet that deadline. I don't know. I've never dealt with something like this, so I do think that saying we can have it done in 90 days is really aggressive considering I have a full-time job too, but that's what I'd like to try to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you may consider hiring somebody to help you too.
Absolutely.
She mentioned resources were a little difficult. She mentioned resources were a little difficult. She has to gather the resources, then do the work.
And I agree, even had to go hire somebody, it's hard to get people. I've
Absolutely.
had to clean up properties, it's a mess.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Yeah, part of
feel
it
your
is just,
problem.
oops, sorry.
And even if we gave her 90 days, and she's only able to work on the weekends, that doesn't even give her a full month of time to do this. I don't think it's enough time.
Yeah, well, I guess what I'm hearing from staff is that if they show diligence at 90 days, then you have the ability to, pull the handle and, or not, right? Yeah, so you can actually give them a little bit of extension, but at least you got the handle there to keep them working.
Before we get to deliberation, we will also need to open it up for public comment. I don't know that there will be anybody, but
Oh,
we
yes.
need to check.
Well, I guess we've had all the public comment, but any public? Okay.
Doesn't look like
Oh.
there's any, so.
So at any rate, I guess that I can close the public hearing at this time and bring it back to staff, back to the commission. And if somebody wants to make a motion,
Can
you're
I
welcome.
make some comments?
Or you make comments, yeah.
Okay. I see a family whose father passed away. I see a wife with very little involvement except for getting letters. And now I see 2 daughters and a mom did quite a bit in a month and a half's time. And if you look at the pictures all the way from 2019 until now, you've actually made significant strides in that short period of time, and I believe the code officer can agree to that. I would support just making this recommendation for 90 days, that they have 90 days to do it, and then give us an update of some kind. But that's a lot of pressure to put on them. They lost a father, and they are 100% attempting to clean it up. And between now and then, we gave you some advice on who to call to get those vehicles out of there. And, you know, there's a organization also that's a volunteer organization you can get to that brings people to help clean up, stuff like that. I think you can find it through a couple websites where it's just a volunteer organization where you can get some people to speed up the process. But I'm for giving this family 90 days as opposed to 30 days to get their act. And understanding there's been a lot of financial expenses on the county's part. They haven't been a part of that since 2019. They've been a part of it since their dad died.
Honestly, I mean, I've got a lot of experience with code enforcement, and it's tough. It's a tough job. But this is a decidedly different one than most that I think we see, where we have a family here that's, you know, struggling a little bit but they want to fix it. They want to get it right. And the last thing I think we need to do as a county is at the last minute, when they might be able to recoup some of their, expenses to clean this up, slap a lien on their property because we picked up a couple of barrels. That would be the end of that. That's just not right. So I absolutely agree. We should be showing some empathy here, I think.
So instead of giving 90 days, could we just postpone it and then they have to come back to us? That's an option, right? Sorry, that makes sense.
Yes, so you can issue an order that has any timeline on it, or you can continue this item for any period of time as well to have everyone come back and then determine whether or not to issue an order at that point.
I'd like to continue it.
Yeah,
Just
I
because
guess-
it gives them, it doesn't put limitations on them, but it still gives them time, and then code enforcement will still be out there to enforce it. But it doesn't start the clock, considering their situation.
Yeah, well, I'm hearing the recommendation from the staff that they need the clock. But they have the flexibility to recognize the action that's happened.
True, okay.
I think also, Clayton, correct me if I'm wrong, that having an order, even if we extend the timeline on it, does help if things go wrong, something doesn't happen. We have more legal teeth to go back and correct any situation that we might have to correct. That's what the order does for us, regardless of the amount of time on the order.
Marina, can I ask, do you stand by this recommendation? As it's currently stated here on the chart, do you stand by this recommendation? Or would you, if you were now to rewrite this recommendation, how would you rewrite it? What's your advice to us?
I would,
if it's
I
other
would
than
stand
this?
by this recommendation,
would?
just in my experience, because, you know, I have done this before. When the 30 days expires, we don't necessarily go out there guns blazing, you know, tractors ready to go. We go out there and evaluate and kind of see how things are looking. And if there is progress, we say, okay, let's maybe do another 30 to 60 days. We have that discretion. And even when it gets to the point too, if there hasn't been anything done, you know, we have to go get a warrant before we could even go out and do an abatement and get contractors. So it's not something that just happens after the 30, after the 90, after whatever the time frame. I mean, the reason it got to this point was because, you know, we had already started this process from 2019, and it wasn't until June, you know, last month pretty much that we started seeing some real progress, and that was unfortunately because one of the property owners had passed. So now that we have this communication with the property owners, and we have been seeing the progress, we have no problem saying, okay, well, let's keep moving that progress forward. But at the same time, you know, circumstances could change. You know, other people could come squat on the property, and then there's a whole nother thing. So we do want to give the property owners the opportunity to make that progress. But the order is kind of just like a last resort type of thing, because we can't predict what every situation is going to pan out to be.
Marina, I have a question. If, does this abatement order help if you need, or if the family needs to evict the person that's still on the property and or more squatters that come?
It can. We do provide that information to the property owners if they have to go to court.
Okay, are we ready to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I recommend that we approve the issuance of the abatement order supported by the findings contained in the staff report, and order the abatement pursuant to conditions contained in the staff report, and authorize the chair of the planning commission to sign the abatement order.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
I have a first from Commissioner Dahlgren, a second from Commissioner DiMattei. Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
No.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll have my pen ready when you're ready. And we'll call an end to this meeting.